Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to All Night Politics. Today, my special day, as you know. If you don't know, now you know. We will be talking to Prince Adewole Adebayo, former presidential candidate of SDP. But it's almost 2 years. Let me say almost 2 years since after the election. But we were having here before and we discussed variety of things and issues. But this episode is special because between that time and now, the world has changed, literally changed. And in Nigeria, a lot has happened. So get situated, grab you a cup of coffee, water, gin, whatever that you are into, man, and get seated. The next 2 hours is going to be a cracker. He promised to be with us for 2 hours, so I'm starting early, 30 minutes early. So and I'm going to put the link up. Come on, I will do it from the go. If you are ready to ask your question, just come on from the go and let's do it. I know we'll wait till I will not take time since now only 2 hours to get. I won't say I want to have a conversation with him first before we start. No, I will I will bring anyone that is here that's ready to ask questions up on the screen immediately. That's that's the deal for today. So if you are here early, if you are hearing this, you're a lucky man. It's not here yet. It's going to be in the next 30 minutes. Talk by Ovie, good morning. Enjoy the Texas heat. Oh boy, talk by. I love this song. Let's get that about that. I love it. But that heat, ooh, that heat, eh? That's a conversation for another day. Hope we have seen the last of it. Coffee day now. Coffee no today I drank coffee. I was up early, so I started drinking my coffee since around maybe 3 a.m. So I said make I just drink water. I start with water. Because we are still going to end of the day with coffee. So Prince Adebayo will be here in 30 minutes. And okay, come ask your question. Oh. Ah, oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, no verse, no verse. No mind me, Joe. You know, say I don't like money like that. I better not tell anybody. I lie. I'll put the link now. I don't know say that. No mind me. I'm so zooming. I'm so focused on the show we are going to have today. So that's the secondary on mine. But I appreciate that. I put up the link right now, and we can start drinking that coffee together. I'm telling you, man. I've been locked in this conversation we're about to have with friends. That yes, yes, that's the link. That's what we're talking about. If you are in position to support the platform, not by force, so not by force. I always say that if you are a millionaire in dollars and pounds, sterling, and all that, and you are a billionaire in naira, even today now, maybe billion in naira now, it's nothing. So, but if you can afford it, go ahead, click on that link and support the platform. Buy coffee as much as you want, and trust me, I will get it, and I will appreciate it. But most importantly, like, share, and subscribe so that you can move to the permanent side. Nwachukwu, Prince Adewale, are you angry or happy that Tinubu no give you position for in government, maybe that's my question. Maybe ensure it goes straight to a question and not run around saying nothing or other. Throwing at it. All right, sir. What you go? I will make sure that's the first question. If something else didn't happen between now and it's arrival and did not take your your position for that question. Yes, yes. So if you are, oh wait, what's going on, man? Oh yeah, the link is also there if you want. So if you want to join, come, let's have a conversation and let's interact with your future president. Literally, I don't think he's giving up just because he tried. That's just a try. So it's at their time. He's young, he's vibrant, he's very, 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 very engaged in his constituency. And I narrow it down because maybe when it comes, you go talk within the other part of the country. But as far as Ondo State is concerned, Prince Adebayo as his space currently providing school bus transportation to students, free secondary school students, free of charge, home back and forth. You know, where the American and the way they Lagos, you know how much it costs to actually to dey pay for your kids. May bus come the carry on those schools. So he's providing that for a section of the students in Ondo State. So that's something worth noticing. So it's very engaging. He has a media, he has a radio station. So it's very, very much on ground, even though he's an international businessman, lawyer, whatever I want to classify and talk and doing. He's young and a family man and he has a lot going on for him. So I will leave much for you to to ask. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just got your coffee. I see your coffee, Tokwe. I saw yes. I'm now sad to lose now. That appreciate you, appreciate you. Thank you very much, Tokwe. Um, as you're always saying that the platform will continue to work. Thank you, man. And by us, come to cool you down. I agree. I mean, you can't believe it, literally, even as the weather also is this past couple of weeks, I see hot coffee at the thing. Maybe because it's sugar, maybe. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You can be like Topper, you can be like her. And it's not a competition, but if you want to compete with her, go ahead. Just she has just bought plenty many coffees, so go ahead and do the same, and we will see. And I think I don't know. I dey think of say, well, Prince Adeboye no be he's not somebody. It's part of the elite. So if not, I must say my intention was I was thinking of that in this angle that any coffee that is for today, I will double the amount and send it to. But apparently, there's nothing out there yet that we can actually support it because I'm looking for a political drive, political organization, political something on ground, like literally that is youth pioneer. Then that's something that we can put our money to. But since if you know they will go to form our own, we will go for all our policies uh, school drive. The idea is to put people who understand what we are about and just go from school to school and recruit people, literally recruit people that way. I something that I saw early morning today. I was kind of impressed. It's called the ASU, which I beg Guinea people. No, 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 vex. That one, that candidate, no, Asia, na Asia, was it APC candidate? ASU, is it? I saw ASU TV, but what impressed me there on YouTube, they are Gen Z. They actually Gen Z. The way they talk, the way they like, it was literally Gen Z for us. So I was like, this guy, this guy is up to something. This guy is up to something. When I saw it, I was like, wow, ASU TV, but the presenter, there are three presenters, two girls and I say two ladies and one guy, one man. You know, in their Gen Z element. They were actually analyzing ASU what ASU they said they called manifesto. So they were analyzing ASU manifesto, and I was like, "Who? I like that. That's what I want to see." And I think I would be there with my metamorphosis to do that, but unfortunately, we are where we were. One man, the guys they come now 11 at now. What do we time now? This 10, now 11 at 10. So in 20 minutes it's gonna be here. So no be in fault. It's not late. I may just decide to come early because I want I know once he has only 2 hours to stay with us. So if you want ask question, come on right now. That's why I put the link out there. Don't wait because I don't want to do the normal. What we say I will have to ask him a few questions before I bring people. I want everybody to come in. Let's start asking questions one at a time so that we can get enough out of him because a lot has happened. A lot has happened between the last time he was here and now. I know this before since the election and now a lot has happened, not just in Nigeria, but the continent of in fact, sub-Saharan Africa, ECOWAS, in the whole continent of Africa, in fact, the whole world it has gone through a lot of changes within the last 12 months. So there's a lot that I would really want to get into with him, but I don't want to be selfish and there's not enough time. So if you have a question for him, click on the link below and come on. He will be here in 20 minutes time. I think he assured me that. So there's no reason for me to doubt him. So he gonna come. He gonna come. As I always say here, he gonna come. He gonna come. So I don't know where I see those GNC. Where na YouTube or na X platform. Just I don't even remember, but I was I was like, man, I like that. They talk politics with their own understanding. And it was just I was like, the best way to talk to this group of young people. They wait, I think I see where I will see that. I don't know if I downloaded it too, but I was so impressed. I didn't download. I didn't download. Didn't. Yeah, shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on me. So uh, the one we thought he arrived. Okay. So while we wait, I mean, I did see some things that are disturbing. I did things that are disturbing. Um, I am like, make I show now this headline. It's disturbing to me. It's disturbing. Mm. Some people like this, people who are stealing wealth from the Nigerian post, begin talk like I don't know, man. Misinformation on Samoa agreement is a Tuesday. Like, oh my God, I don't even know how to actually even. So I don't know. The first thing, una tell Nigerians say una even want sign agreement. That's the first thing. Do you guys take time to actually educate Nigerians on what Samoa is all about? You fail at your own duty, but you want hi man. I know that Mr. James. Now Mr. James, make I welcome you. This is your generation. Make I begin attack you first. Let me start you. Let me start with make I start with attack. This is your friends. These are your friends. But these are the people that I will love school for free. Look at what they are saying. See.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Mr. James. I can hear you. Hello, Mr.
Well,
James. I can hear you.
yes. Before you can say that, am I echoing?
Yeah, you're good. No, I can hear you. You're okay.
No, am I echoing?
No, no, no. I understand your background, but not that. No, no, no. I would say no.
Good, good.
You're okay.
Now,
Your voice is clear enough.
this man is assumed to be an educated man. We are two types of educated people. We have literate people and we have illiterate people, ILL hyphen literate. Literate people who are badly educated are illiterate, not those who did not go to school. Now, this man, from the look of things, seems to be an illiterate man for political reasons. Now, if you talk of treason in law, you don't make law in retrospect. That is, I mean, I don't know how the lawyer says. You don't define. A magistrate cannot define a crime during the course of a trial. There must be a law in place criminalizing a particular act before a magistrate can try the person for that particular crime. Since when did misinformation on Samoa become a treason? It should let us know. In the statutes books of Nigeria, there's nothing like misinformation of Samoa being treason or treasonable, whatever you want to call it. These are just political. I don't know what to call it. The issue is this Samoa agreement they are talking about, Nigeria flopped. Either because they are desperately in need of money to solve the problems they are unable to solve, which they created for themselves, or they signed the agreement in a fatal error. After signing it, before they started reading between the lines, so they don't know exactly what to tell Nigerians. This is what is happening.
It's sad, man. I just to even read and say retire me because this is not something even worth reading. Make I let's since we are waiting for Prince Adeboye, let me bring let's start talking about it before it gets there. Just a minute. Nigeria man, welcome.
Great to Mr. James. Ìpàdé ọmọ sà.
Ìwọ bá
Ẹgbẹ́
àtọ́
tó wọ̀. Bábọ̀.
ìwẹ́ ọba àtọ́ pé
Bábọ̀ sà iṣẹ́ o ẹgbẹ́ tó wọ̀ bàbá. Lọ́mọ.
ọba ní ẹkú sí mi ọtọ ọba lóyún ọtọ ìyáṣẹ́ wébo.
Èdè ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá. Àgbọ̀ bá sí mi ọ̀wọ́ rí ọba fún èdè ọ̀rọ̀ zọlù àbẹ̀tù. Èdè ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá lọ́mọ. Bábọ̀ sà. You see this okupe bàtà. This man. Well, now because of this medical bill, I just got every time they talk rubbish now. I mean, like, sorry to say, I respect her. It's not my opinion. And I made the man just got to talk. So anything that happen in Nigeria now, you don't talk to treason. If you call Tinubu now, they'll say they should charge you for treason. Huh? You sell LGBT agreement because of the money, maybe because of the 150 billion. So people are complaining. It's not treason for misinformation. Oh my God. For you to quote the section of the law that it cannot be that the bill cannot just be forced on Nigeria, the section of the law that the treaty that Nigeria belongs to. I don't know these people. The next thing you have to say is treason. So all those things he said about Tinubu doing campaign, also they should charge it to for treason. I beg, man, this country, Nigeria, I don't know where we are going. Oh, honestly, people should tell us where we are going.
Let's go
Honestly,
slow. I know where we are going. This is where
ah,
we are going.
yeah.
This is where we are going. And there's a bus to take us there. We are not going to trek. SDP
That,
presidential candidate Adewale launches free shuttle bus for Ondo people. This
oh,
was
they
last
don't take,
year.
you not take me go Edo now. Not be do
This was
interstate now.
this was a day after my birthday last year, June 27th.
That was
So
interstate now. That is not taking us. Okay, you are not saying all of us should go. All of us should relocate to Ondo or what? Is that what you are telling us now? We should go and
hold
join
on.
the bus there.
The Social Democratic Party SDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Prince Adewole Adebayo, has launched a free shuttle bus for primary and secondary school pupils in Ondo City, Ondo State.
That's a good one.
Speaking at the flag off ceremony, the Ondo State SDP chairman, Honorable Stephen Adewole, who handed the key over to the president of Ondo Ekumogu Youth Council, in the presence of Ondo Development Committee members, said Prince Adeboye dedicated the bus to the development of education in Ondo City. According to Adewale, Prince Adebayo is disturbed and concerned that due to the hold on, somebody there. This is concerned due to the recent removal of subsidy. It is becoming difficult for many parents to pay the daily transportation fare for their children and words. It's on this basis that he decided to introduce this social intervention program in order to free parents and guardians from their daily struggle of meeting their responsibility to their children. The vice chairman on the Ekumogon Youth Advisory Committee, Dr. Nelson Osubenro, said, "We thank God for the donor. This is unprecedented, and we really thank God that it is coming at this particular time when the situation in the country is at where everybody is seeking for help here and there as regarding the fuel subsidy removal." Osunbenro noted that this is one of the very ways to reduce the burden on the parents. It is not easy sending students to school at this time, but God has given it to Prince Dr. Adewale Adebayo, with God, who is magnanimous enough to bring down a luxurious bus, even fueled it free. It is laudable. It is something we really have to appreciate. Also speaking, the chairman, Youth Advisory Committee Ondo Kingdom, Dr. Bridget Itunu Iwoseke, said the gesture from Prince Barrister Adewole Adebayo this day is a gesture that has many parts. Firstly, it is a gesture that confirms that they have an Ondo indigenous who have decided not to forget their source. I like that. That's a good one. Asurike challenged people of Ondo Kingdom to come back and give back to the source where they have been nourished. I like how you put that one. The paramount traditional ruler of Ondo, the Ose Mawe Oba Victor Oba Adesimbo Kiladejo Kiladejo appreciates Prince Adewale for his continuous goodwill for the Ondo Kingdom. Represented by Chief Bello, the monarch said that on behalf of all the parents in Ondo City, I sincerely appreciate and thank Prince Barrister Adewale Adebayo for not neglecting the youth or pursuing them aside. God, or push them aside. God will continue to bless and uplift him. The president of Ondo Ekomogo Youth Congress, Engineer Kayode Fala Folajogun also applauded the virtues of Prince Adeboye. Folajogun said, on behalf of all the youth in Ondo, Ondo Kingdom, I want to appreciate Prince Adebayo for his donation or the shuttle bus given to the student of Ondo. The shuttle is a community donation which is available to all members of the community. Barrister Adewole has made available drivers and the fueling of the shuttle for use. Barrister Adebayo, I always say Adebanjo, Ochebanjo, all of them are the same. Ondo West local government leader Barrister Bada Maruf Matthews said, going by the provision of the Constitution, Section 18, subsection 3, which says that government must direct its policy toward providing education up to the tertiary institution. But there is a clause attached to it that as when practicable. It means that you can't use the government concern that, but here we have seen that we are seeing we have a donor like this, a philanthropist who has provided this kind of enabling environment for students. It is a good gesture. When you are late to school, for you to comprehend whatever they might have been through in 4 classes, it will be very, very difficult. Matthew added that this is a good gesture coming from an indigenous of this town. We really appreciate the contribution towards education in Ondo State. The shuttle bus has seating capacity for more than 130 passengers and would operate during weekdays except holidays by convening people within the Ondo West local government to and fro. That's a lot. It will pick up people between 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. at designated area and drop them off at the same location between 2:30 to 5 p.m. 130 people. How do you local government now? Mr. James, that's the
Yeah,
guest we are waiting for, and that's what he's up to for the past 1 year. What's your thing? What do you think?
he has done well. Uh, I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, clearly.
He has done well. I'm sure this is just the tip of the iceberg of what he has in mind to do for the whole of Nigeria, not just for Ondo people. Uh,
Correct.
he happened to be one of the well organized, what's it called, political leaders of the country. Um, anyway, till he comes, we will interview him. Sorry, we will ask him questions to clear some doubts in our minds, particularly concerning the future of the country, because we are in a journey to nowhere, in a very, very frantic journey to nowhere in the country. So I will let him know my mind, and I will hear what he has to say. Uh, so that's just it for now.
Good information. Talk about OJ since last year. Is he still monitoring the boss? That's a good question that only him can answer. I don't know. I'm not going to lie that I'm following up. I don't know. So we'll wait and see when it comes. Maybe we should have a response to that. Najama, what's your You are muted, Rabi. Okay, no, that's a network. Network. Yeah, I think, Mr. James, that's a good point that you just pointed out that that is his intention. That's what he intends to do for the whole nation if he has the opportunity. And I mean, one cannot actually argue against that. If he's doing the little he can at this position, even when it's not compulsory, though it's
Sorry,
necessary.
I just make I touch this thing, just come out.
Yeah.
Uh, no, Tokpe has a very good question. If he's still maintaining the boss since last year, so but when it come now, so there's nothing we have to. Let us speak anything before maybe it's on the background. So let it just come. We just asking some few questions because what we need now, we need who will direct the situation because most majority of them, not all were during the election, 1 year to election, they start coming preaching on television, chatting, ranting. So they have to show us now that everybody needed. The majority of the citizens are vulnerable and looking forward to lead them. So that when they do the election, we know where to stand. Because when you come back to the election, start forcing people have done this, have done all those things cannot work. Opposition have to stand by now, preaching their message to us. Before the next election, people will buy to it. When the next election comes, we know the right way to go. But when they come to the election, everybody just come out, different people, just 8 months or 9 months. We are not going to make
Prescription opioid
any.
medicines is a broad term. 30% of people who are prescribed an opioid don't even know they're taking one.
Sorry.
You mean like Vicodin?
Yes, that's an opioid.
Oxycontin?
Opioid.
I do I wonder, say violence be not there now.
uh,
uh,
Hello,
I hope it is.
may I come in?
Yes, sir.
yes.
Yeah, you see, he has donated the bus. He has done a very good job. But we should realize something. We should not overburden him. It is not his responsibility to maintain the bus. Because he handed the bus over to either the local government or to an authority. It is the duty of that authority to maintain the bus they've handed over to them. But if he chooses to maintain it, that is fine. He has done what Napoleon could not do for France. But however, we should take the person responsible for that bus, maintenance of that bus, to task, not himself, the donor. That is how I see it.
But we know what they are saying. But the problem of Nigeria, there's no maintenance. No matter you donate, he has done good. It's not as which I so applaud him. So I'm not I'm against the boss. No, I'm not even anything saying anything about the boss. So
When he was coming to
I'll
the
come.
restroom with a bucket
This one be this one.
of acid,
Hello?
Hello, can we talk? Sir?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So if I know, what I was trying to say, he have donated it. That is a philanthropy on his own, from his own pocket. It's not the government. He has done the duty of the government for the students. At least that I think primary and secondary school. I think so. So that is another good way. What's majority? What that even in America, there's a program I always watch. People always give back to the community. You understand? Well, but because Nigeria, those who are Nigeria are giving to, they are the one in power. They are not one. They don't. They are not giving back. We, with the little we still have, we are still trying to our own capacity. It has done well, but
Yes.
the maintenance is the problem. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. Because that bus we see it now, I think this woman said this since last year. Maybe that bus don't is still functional anymore. So that's the problem of Nigeria. That is the problem. Because not just give. We have to set a mechanism for that. If the school, the authority, we don't know till they come. We are just saying our own, just giving our own opinion. Because it's the right person to clarify us. So we are not really know anything about on those states. I would know.
Come, Nigerian man, you go turn on your camera, so you know.
I know. I dey eat. I just make I eat first. I just dey come for work. I know. I just make I eat finish. So maybe the problem of the past. So nothing. People are giving. People give boss. Oh, so even the one that stayed give. I think Oshomole boss. You can't find that today. Even the one that's I don't understand. Even the all of this park it's there. Damage. Obaseki started the same thing. The problem they
Yeah,
don't maintain. I can remember during our time when I was going to school then in Ibadan. I think in Ibadan, yeah. There was a bus called TCTC. Though anytime I travel from Ibadan to Benin that time, I use a door line. You know, we use a door line. We use a door line. That is
yeah,
the what we use to come in states. Even those that don't have, sometimes I will go there because we are, during our you think when they go Benin, you tell them say you don't get money. They will take you free to Benin. You use that money, they chop, how do they chop jollof rice and Mama Ebo pepper rice that time when you reach Benin. So that is it. All those things were there for the state, but the maintenance that is the problem. Nigeria, we have a majority of infrastructure, majority of all this, but the maintenance, how all these things died. That's what I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah. Please,
How did they die?
kindly let me come in. You know, the country is not industrialized. I'm sorry, Mr. Benjamin, I'm sorry. The country is not industrialized. Whatever we buy from Europe or America or wherever it is, it will be a continuous source of income to those people. They continue to drain our resources. Because if the tire is worn out, we will import it from Germany. If the brake parts are bad, we go to Japan. If this is bad or the windscreen is broken, we go to, to maintain these things the way it is being maintained in Nigeria is a permanent drain on our resources. The reason is
Yeah,
because,
but sorry. Nigeria, the Volkswagen Beetles, Abi, was assembled in Lagos. Peugeot was assembled in Kaduna. So it was not made, it was assembled there. It was just assembled plant there. But it was functioning for years.
yes, it was functioning for years. But the issue is that where are they manufacturing the parts? They are manufacturing the parts in France or Germany. You see, I'm saying this thing because when I was in South Africa some years ago, I had a machine I was doing some work with. The machine developed problems in the city of Johannesburg. So I started going from one industrial area to another to look for those with the right machine to repair that machine. In the course of moving around, I discovered that most of the machines, or most of the engineering complex, the white men were operating during apartheid, they are completely dead. They kept referring me from one place to another, from one factory to another, and I just met nothing but junks all over the place. You get the point? Now, when the apartheid government left, the South African government could not sustain the level of engineering those white men were practicing. In Nigeria in those days, if you still remember, in Benin City where we grew up, Ogbemudia set up a lot of industries. For example, Bende Brewery, what we call Nigerian Observer, Okoro Poultry, Wareka Agbede Farms. In fact, the list is unending. I cannot name all. Even Midwest Line, which later graduated to be Edo Line, and so many others. Now, when we run into problems, we go to these industries or establishments to correct our problem. We don't need foreign currency. You get what I mean? I still remember somewhere in the GROA, there was near Sapele Road, there was a company they call Wood and Metal Works, where they make furniture for schools. So if, for example, the school furniture, they are spoiled or they want replacement, they just go walk across to Sapele Road. That's at the junction of 30 Circular, Sapele Road. You just go there, place your order, you get it. You don't need foreign currency. But now, the kind of development we're embarked on in Nigeria is a development of perpetual drain on our foreign reserve. We tied our economy securely to that of the outside world. We cannot produce anything. We cannot repair anything. We cannot manufacture anything other than importation, importation, importation. People are now talking of using drones to fight criminals, which is a very good idea. But are we producing the drones? No. To even buy aircraft from USA, they make you to be on your knees, begging them to sell it, not to give you free of charge, but to sell it for you. They give you all sorts of conditions to collect heavy sum of money from you. If we produce those aircraft, why should we go on our knees to spend our money for other people? So this is the fault of the Nigerian society we are living in today. Frankly speaking, I have given up. I've given up on Nigeria.
Just like that.
My brother, don't give up. You cannot give up.
Very, very.
Don't give up, oh, Nigeria. If you give up, what are you expecting us to do? We have to keep talking, oh, Epa. We have to still keep talking. Maybe we'll find somebody who will give us solution. The problem of Nigeria is people are not ready to fight the status quo. That is just the problem. Everybody is just say, I beg, not be me, not all those, not be me spoil, I beg, not be me go repair am.
Yeah, somebody is asking a very good question here. Chris, is it Wangu? He said, from this perspective, what are the fundamental flaws in Nigeria's current political system? And what reforms does he believe are essential for improving governance? That's a good question. The flaws in the Nigerian political system, in fact, not just flaws, but we have only one flaw. That flaw is it is the same set of people mismanaging the country since independence that are still in political power today. They hand the baton from one generation to another. That is the flaw. For us to solve this problem, we have to overthrow that class. When I say overthrow, I don't mean a military takeover. Because even today, if you overthrow Bola Tinubu, the problem will not be solved. Because that class, they are still well entrenched in office. That class must be swept aside. For as long as we don't want to sweep that class aside, we clap for them during electionary campaign. They bribe us to sell our votes. We will never see the promised land. That is just it. And anyway, that's just how I see it. And one thing we must bear in mind is this. There will never be a change without a revolution. Although, as I always say, not all revolutions bring about the desired changes. So that is my question to the gentleman, Mr. Chris. Thank you for asking the question.
Thank you, sir. But why me I don't support those revolutions, because a lot of people are not defining the revolutions. Different people are defining it. Because if you see, even those any revolution now, the people that will still take over will still become a dictator. Go and look at that from 1966. Everybody will take over do worse more than the one you take over from. Everybody will take over upon the Oku do worse. So any revolutionaries that will still come today, unless first we have to see that how are we going to live? How are we going to design the country? That is only where I see. Anybody taking over now, we do times 10 more than what we are complaining now. That is the way I'll be going. All the old military will take over, Look at that, to go become a problem. Look at even the 1999 when Obasanjo come. He came as in a democratic 1999 as a Democrat elected the president. He wanted to overturn it to total. It's not for the power that fought it. Look at the people who take over between all what was happening there was just a child play. But today, those people are replicating it. Look at today. There is a Nigeria, you see a minister, appointed minister, appointee, telling an elected official senator that 2027 he will not be there, that he will not come back. Look at the Senate president doing a press conference today or yesterday, still repeating the same thing. A lot of people, I don't understand. These are the people. If these people go, those who are at the back, who are the receiving at the back end now, that those who are receiving the pay now, if they come there, I tell you, they will still do times 10 more than those ones who are there today. That's the problem we have in that Nigeria. We have to just design how we are going to live, how we are going to govern ourselves. That was only my own, what I see in that country. So one person is coming to salvage. No. They are going to do worse than at the beginning, the first one. One of them. Okay. Okay, pardon, go. Hello? Anybody hearing me?
Sorry, I dey hear you. I dey hear you. Yes,
Okay. Black people are doing not drop, have you?
good morning, Janaba. Network again.
Okay. Okay, now the boss be this.
Huh?
Now
Yeah,
the boss where
yeah.
Prince Dole be. Ah, wow. Very good though. Very good boss. Very fine. Boss fine. You see this boss now, maybe this 1 year, and you see another don't dirty Nigeria. That country, something they worry, something they happen there. Try. Oh. Well, this thing is better than just be giving it more cheaper. So they use it down. Maybe if I want to give something like this, I will just give it more cheaper, so that we're using using those money to do the maintenance. Of the government is not going to finance the maintenance. And maybe instead of 100, they have to fuel it, they have to do, instead of 200, maybe the distance, maybe they pay 100 naira. So I get money to pay all these people. I think that somebody was there, Jada Ababi.
I'm sorry, I was offline.
Oh, don't, I called you a banana now.
It
That
was, I
was
thought I saw Jada.
maybe
I
not
mean,
you.
they remove one, they put two. Tepa is back, Abi.
Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The rain is
Oh,
coming up. Whenever the thunder is about to strike, they put up the light, then they restore it again.
uh, your bike is fainting a little bit. Oh, it's not too loud.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, I said it's raining over here.
Okay,
Whenever
okay, okay.
whenever the
Okay.
thunder is about to strike, they put up the light. After the thunder, they bring it again.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Nigeria people don't talk of light again. Everybody have it jam. Everywhere noise.
You know,
Nigeria.
Mr. Benjamin,
So,
you seem to prefer civilian government to military government or revolutionary government.
no, they prefer civilian though, because all my life, if I cannot lie, this is only the first time I'm witnessing the democracy in Nigeria. So it's all my life was all military, military, military.
Now, we should look at it from a slightly different point of view. You know, in the Benin city where we grew up, there was a man under the military dispensation of Yakubu Gowon, they called Samuel Bemudia. He was the governor of the state from 1967 to 1975. That was about 8 years. The man spent only 8 years in office.
Mm-hmm.
Let me mention some of the things he did as a military administrator. It will surprise you. Number one, he established University of Benin at Ubongo.
But if I'm talking about the freedom, that is the
No, no,
you're talking
no,
about the
no,
freedom there. So
no. You see, freedom should also include opportunities to work, to look after your family with your income. If you don't have opportunity to work, to look after your family, you cannot be in freedom.
yeah.
You get the point? He established University of Benin, Auchi Polytechnic, College of Physical Education, Apuze, Ogbe Stadium, National Stadium at Ring Road, Wareke Agbede Farms, Rural Electricity Board, Bende Steel Structures, Bende Pharmaceuticals, Delta Boat Yard Warri, Bende Line, High Court Complex on Sapele Road, State Secretariat at Sapele Road, Bende Cement Factory, Okmila, Bende Hotels, Benin, Bende Newspaper, that's Observer, Bende Insurance Company, Bende Insurance Football Club.
But if this thing you have gave me now, that one is not because he was the administrator governor there, because Midwest get a referendum 1963.
No, what I'm saying
So
is
they must
these
start
things,
developing that place there.
no, excuse me. These things came into existence during his time. Like, look, Bendel Hotels, you understand me? During the colonial period, it was called Catering Rest House. On that road where Chief Benedio's house is, there was
Mm.
Catering Rest House. That Bendel Hotel you see at Sapele Road now, near Secretariat, he
Uh,
was the one who established it. He upgraded that catering rest house to Bende Hotels. During the colonial period, there was Almes at James White. He upgraded it to Midwest Line, that later became Bende Line, then the Dole Line. This is the point. The list is so ending. All these things, this man did it in 8 years. Now, the civilian dispensation we are talking about, they've been in office for 25 years. If they are able to do 1% of what Ogbomodia did, I will concede defeat. I will concede defeat.
I don't know why you prefer military. Military is not. I think I enjoy anything but military. I live on my life
Excuse
in
me,
Barrack.
why will they gave me free education, although I wouldn't
Ah,
want
but
to
you know
education.
that Midwest, what you are saying there, if you can see from 1960, okay, look, there's something you have to understand. The problem we have in Nigeria, those infrastructure that was not maintained.
Excuse
That's the
me, that
problem.
was the military government maintained. If you allow me to finish listing what the man did, the military government maintained all these structures. But when the civilians came, everything kaput. When Ogbomudia was there, thousands of families were employed. We all went to schools. There were no private schools in Benin City. I'm not lying to you. Ask anybody of
No,
my
even
age.
me, I didn't see it. There was no private school during my era. There was no private
Why
school.
is it that during the military government there were no private
Only the
schools?
private school that was in my era is only nursery school. There's no even
Look,
primary.
and even, let me tell you something. During Ogbomudia's time, they took private schools from their owners, like Adewole High School. Kelly College was mission control. All the mission control schools, they took them into
ICC, all
owners.
of them. Yeah.
They became state schools. If civil, and so if the military government was able to do that, what do I need civilians for?
Oh, there's no military. There's no freedom. No freedom. No freedom of speech. Nothing. Too much brutality.
Yes,
The
let me tell you
brutality
something.
was so much.
You made the bad military guys, like Babangida, Abacha.
Brutality was too much.
If you
But
witness,
I'm telling people arise. I
no,
say
no,
arise on studio. Just grab it. You are just like Oviela. They give news now. Just
my
finish.
friend,
They just grab it.
no, my friend, if you witness
First
the
thing when you see
young,
for night, in the morning they say don't disappear. Ah,
no,
no,
no, no, let me tell you something. If you witness the regime of Yakubu Gowon and Murtala Mohammed, you will not be talking the way you are talking now. In fact, in the days of Yakubu Gowon, there was so much money, there was what they call Simeon Adebo Salary Review Commission. Then he brought Udoji Commission and Salary Review Commission. He said the money is there. Let's give it to the workers in order for the industries to produce. Are you getting me? The money is
no.
still now, but what are they doing? To even pay you minimum wage.
But let's say let me put it, the destruction you are talking about is still brought by the military. From
No,
85, this IMF and World Bank were brought by during Babangida.
look, I made a statement just now. I said you made the bad military guys. The two
Okay,
military
okay,
guys,
yeah, okay, sorry, sir, yeah, I got you.
yes,
Yeah,
the two military guys who rescued us from colonial structures, Yakubu Gowon and Murtala Mohammed. Unfortunately, Mohammed ruled for only 6 months.
yeah,
Yakubu ruled for 8 years.
9 years.
Guys, they distinguished themselves. You get the point? Now,
Yakubu ruled for 9 years.
I mean, these civilians, they need to be called to size. They need to, I mean, because I don't see anything wrong as such fundamentally with a military dispensation. Because the people were able to get jobs. We all went to schools. You remember when I was in primary school, whenever we fall sick, we go to a specialist hospital, Sapler Road. As primary school children, we see the doctors free, we collect the card free, the injection, the pharmacies, drugs, everything free.
Yeah,
When I say free, I mean FREE, free,
yeah,
no
it's
pay.
cool. I witnessed it. I witnessed it.
Good. So that was a military government. You get the point? When I started using my glasses at very tender age, I got it free. I did not pay. Now, to get a pair of glasses in Nigeria today, I doubt if you can get it for 20,000 naira.
20K. Hmm.
You get the
It's not,
point?
it's not, don't think so. I don't
So
think
you
so.
see,
Optician in Nigeria, they are billionaire today. Oh.
so you see the point I'm making. So, I mean, democracy is good, but we should not also sweep away the military rule as if they are nothing but account of
But
nature.
if I may say, okay, let's say, for example, assuming we have the power, maybe let's choose. I could have said, let me sit. You know, so let me not too much freedom, not too much art, not too much, so just be something that is good for our own environment, for our own territory, because Nigeria is one thing we have to understand. No matter what, this democracy we are practicing, these are not our culture. That is why the Bible, not the way it's preached with the white men abroad, the way they use it in Africa. Even the black people that came here, black pastor that seen abroad, the same mentality of that Africa, this is the same way they are still using here. But like Nigeria, we respect elder, we respect senior. You understand? So we have to have something that will work for Africa. Because it can look like before the colonial came, like all those monarchs, there was a day that when they were ruling themselves that was working for them. If they can, we can design a way for us, mostly with that Nigeria. Because that all this too much, I'm free, I'm liberal, I'm this one, I'm democracy. So that is where you look all name. Look at all day for corruption today. You hear lobby, you hear corruption. Yeah. During our time, if your father steal in the office, they will call you your papa like thief, your papa like Oji. You will be ashamed. But today you have new design a beautiful day, they call it corruption, 419, lobby. It look like a chieftaincy title today. It doesn't even sound irritating. Look what people are doing 419 or this they'll call it Yahoo boys, Hustler. The girls are doing this, they will say who come. Even when you come over, say they go back way. That family is ashamed forever. But today, nothing like that. I think we can design a way for ourselves like this. I mean, that will be more better. Honestly, that is the way that will fit us in that Nigeria. So that will be more
All
better.
right. Yes, Prince is here with us.
Okay.
But John Alba, sit on your camera. Good morning from this end, and welcome, Prince Adebayo Adewole. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Obie. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I'm doing fine, sir.
I've
Yes,
seen
sir.
I've
Not
seen
so
James.
fine,
I've seen James, formerly from the Gambia.
but formally. Well, I think I will just go straight to it since we don't have much time today,
Yes,
and I
I
will
do
give the
apologize
listeners.
because I was trying to join and I think I joined the wrong one. So
Yes, I was
yes,
coming from me. So I'll go straight to. I will start the floor by giving the opportunity to Mr. James, since he's our elder, and he should open the floor with the first prayer. So I think you can just go on and ask the first question, Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you very much. In Benin City where we grow up, we respect our kings. And this is a prince. And by extension, it's a king in the making. We tell our Oba Atongbe is said. So I'm telling
he
you,
said,
Wa Atongbe is said. That is,
It's,
Wa Atongbe,
yes,
that is long may you live.
yes, thank you,
Yeah,
thank
thank
you
you
very
for
much.
thanking me. It's an
Yes,
honor to be thanked by a prince. Thank you so much.
I appreciate. I haven't seen
Yeah,
my brother
please,
point, but I'm working on it.
sir,
I have not seen a Benita Babatokwe, but I'm working on it.
that's interesting. Long may he
Yes,
live.
amen,
Yeah, may he live in good health and prosperity.
amen.
Thank you. Right. Let me not waste so much time. I just want you to know that I've lost confidence in Nigeria as a country. I've lost confidence completely. I mean, unadulterated. I mean, I have no hope for the country anymore. What I'm thinking is, this is a time for us to think of post-Nigerian republics, because the way things are going now is something else. In 2022, I told of you and others on Symphony TV that there was no need for that 2023 election. We should fix the country before we go into that election. Election where most presidential candidates had no manifestos. They refused to attend presidential debates. They were going to Chatham House in London to seek the mandate to govern Nigeria. And this is the outcome we are facing today. So I've given up on Nigeria. I don't know what others are thinking, because we should not be another Southern Sudan that will plunge the whole of Africa into confusion. The earlier we start mapping out strategies for a post-Nigerian republics, the better. Thank you for listening to me. I'm very grateful and I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
Uh, you- we-
let me just say
yeah,
something
take you one at a
clearly
time.
as a caveat. I respect your right and your commitment to Nigeria and the progressive politics that the country needs. But I don't agree with you that you should lose your confidence in Nigeria. And I don't agree with any idea of post-Nigeria republics. We are exaggerating the effect of these republics. Remember that Russia is a republic, was a republic within USSR. And even inside Russia today, there are republics inside Russia. In fact, technically, Texas is a republic within the United States. So when you can turn yourself to republics within Nigeria, the issue is that the country has no problem, but Nigerians do have problems. So if you create republics, likely that you and OVA will be in the same republic. And you are being unfair to me because you want to end up putting me and Tinubu in the same country again. So what have I gained? What have I gained why will I support you? If you escape and you go with OVA, and then you leave me with Tinubu, so why will I support such an unfair arrangement? If you are creating republics and you take Tinubu with you, Atiku with you, Basanjo, take all these people with you, you can create a republic. I will even sponsor it. But if you are leaving them behind, so I will be stuck with Obasanjo, I will be stuck with Tinubu, stuck with Adebayo. It can't work. So that is what you need to understand, that you cut the country into pieces. Everybody will still be stuck with their own troublemakers. So it's the earlier we gather together, the way they are united together to cause problems, why don't we unite together to solve the problem? So it's better for us to, to fix that position. So that is the issue. So we need to understand politics, and we need to understand why we are a republic trying to fix ourselves. It's not difficult. It's not beyond our level of ability. The problem is we are not investing enough time in it. See, 2027, 3 years plus from now. But in 2023, I was knowing many of you just
na mi local network face dey use.
From now from place that been
we're like someone who's trying to break down the key,
this is why.
and we are breaking down the door. So I think we should not do that.
Okay. Before I come to Nigeria,
Thank you very much.
before I come to Nigeria, man, Prince, you alluded to Tinubu that you don't want to be in the same, pretty much a country with Tinubu. So before you come on, this is the first question one of our commentators actually put forward. I ask you, and I promise that it's going to be the first question. But Mr. James, we have to honor Mr. James with the first question. He said, Prince Adewole, are you angry or happy that Tinubu no give you a position for in government? Okay, that's my question. Maybe ensure that he goes straight to the question and not run around the question. So
Well,
it's pretty much a
it's
weightless
a very
question, but
simple
let's know
question.
it.
Number one, the question is based on a false premise. How do you know that they didn't give me? Tinubu is not that stingy. He's a generous man. He's known to be a generous person. So, but the question is, am I looking for a job? That's the question. There is a difference between the politics of those who want to be something and the politics of those who want to do something. I don't do the politics of those who want to be something. I do the politics of those who want to do something. So I'm not interested in their government. They have a 4-year mandate. Let them show their true color. Let them govern according to their own principles. If it's a country that has respect for ideology, the House has come to power in London that conservatives will be looking for a job under Stammer. It's not done. Tinubu is not one of those ideologically that if he's in government, I'm going to work with him because we're not going the same destination, same direction. If Peter Obi had won and he gave me a job, I will not accept. If Atiku had won, give me a job, I will not accept. But if I lost to Kwankwaso and he gives me a job, I may accept with condition. If I get a job, I'll give to Kwankwaso.
They use Odua network.
So ask them whether they think alike or not. So if I win election today, if I win an election, even if Showore say is not going to serve my government, I will use the soldiers to arrest him and give him a job to do. So there are people that I will cultivate to come and work for me. Kwankwaso is one of them. There are many people like that. So if these people continue to win, I will continue not to be in government. If Tinubu wins, as he has won this one, if we fight him next time and he wins again, definitely I will not be in government. Because I was closer to Obasanjo than many of them. And I didn't work under Obasanjo, despite many opportunities to do so. Because the one thing you don't have, if you cannot help the country, don't make things worse for the country. If you spend 6 months in government, you should have money. Spend 1 year in government, you have money. Otherwise, continue to do your work. I'm in London now. I'm doing my work. I go all over the world, I do my work. I'm busy enough. I'm not looking for a job. But it is good to serve your country. So I'm not looking down on those who are going to serve. If you look at those who are going to serve in Tinubu's government, they want to be like him. They look up to him. They believe in his kind of politics. But left to me, I think that people like Tinubu are the people whom my leader, Aminu Kano, predicted that if they ever gain power, businessmen and politicians and civil servants will merge into one, and that the country may not be able to recover from it. Aminu Kano predicted it, that the day businessmen join politicians and civil servants and the three of them become one body, that is the trinity of corruption, and you will never be able to recover from it. So there's no way. And if you look at what they are doing, latest news, look at the Economic Council. The Economic Council are the businessmen, the donors, join together with the politicians. And so that is that. So, and if you see the way the president spends money, even before he became president, you will know that he's 80% a businessman and 20% a politician. And the politician that Nigeria needs are politicians who are squarely politicians. That the day they enter politics, you don't have interest in business again. You just want to face governance.
Thank you, Prince. Najaman.
Good afternoon, sir. Prince, good afternoon. God bless you. Thank you for honoring us to speak with us today. Thank you very much, sir. Please, Mr. Ogie. Please, how many questions can we
Yes.
ask? How many questions can we
So
ask?
it then I just go they go around. After you finish now, go ask then
You
just
you
just
have you
ask.
have 3.5 hours, so
No, I
Okay,
just
say
want to
three
know
and a
in
half
case
hours.
if you
So
can
let's
have a Mr. B, can we have a push back a little bit?
any question per person.
if you want to push back, I'll set time for you with that. 5 minutes. Go
Okay,
ahead. Go
thank you.
ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for all you have been doing for us and during the past election and everything for honoring us. Please, my question I would just like to ask first: Are you? I want to bring this question because now today in Nigeria there is no opposition. One, and the people, the all presidential candidates during the 2023 election, they are nowhere to be found today. And as an opposition, supposed to be selling the ideology to us, telling us everything about the government, being on ground to us 247, so that when it comes to the time of election, we know where to direct our vote to. We know where to direct our anger to. Not that during the year to election, all the 18, 20, 40 will come out, start on television, we don't understand, we're able to understand and digest the ideology, their manifesto by then. At the end of the day, they will say, no, the people give us money, we are voting for sentiment, we are voting for tribal, because we don't understand you. Sir, I would like to ask you with all due respect, are you contesting every election season just to become a presidential aspirant or candidate? Or are you contesting to change the status quo? To change the status quo to make
Okay,
sure the terrain of politics of the citizens change for good. Thank you, sir.
okay. It's a very simple issue. First, I've only contested one time, and my intention was only to contest one time. Contest one time, win, do my work, and people will see politics will change for good. But having not won, I have to contest again. There's nothing I can do because in between the time you of last election and the next election, the only thing you can do in opposition is what I'm doing now. Our opposition is different from parliamentary system. The parliamentary system, both the government and the opposition are inside government. So every day they argue over issues. In the case of our presidential system and that of America, once one person is elected, the other person will step back. Now, he doesn't consult you in government. You don't confront him inside government. You go around and start to tell people who gave the mandate that, look, see the mandate that you gave. See what they are doing with the mandate and things like that. And in Nigeria, it's not fair to say that the opposition has not been talking because, one, you will have noticed that there's no week that Peter Obi is not going somewhere. He's always going somewhere. There's no development that happens in the country that he doesn't make one comment or the other. You will see them engaging him all the time. Why are you negative? Why are you complain about this? Why are you this? So he's doing his own. You also know that Atiku, whether he's the one doing it by himself or he paid people to do it, Atiku is always issuing long tweets about any government policy that the government is doing. Even though as he's leaving the country recently, he announced that he's leaving the country, which is a responsible thing. Before he would sneak to Dubai, nobody would see him again. But he said, I'm traveling, I'm coming back. And if you check your social media, if you search in the news, I go around, I criticize government program, the one that they're doing right, I point that they're doing right and how they can do it better. And I engage the people. Now, the issue now is left to the media what they want to do. For example, I'm talking to you here now. We're not hiding. We're doing it in public.
Yeah.
If one of you circulates it, it's now left for the editors of different bloggers, blog posts, TV station, whether they want to pick it up. I don't have that kind of money in politics to pay for dedicated coverage where you charge me millions per month for dedicated coverage. If I go for a child education, cover it. If I go to a church, you cover it. If I go to a mosque, you cover it. I don't have that kind of money. Those who have that kind of money, they are spending it like that. And I think that by the time you look at how much they are spending over time, you start asking yourself, is this person going to be honest when he gets to power if he's already spending this amount of money? But I was in Suka just about 3 weeks ago, and I went around the entire Enugu North and finished up in Nsukka, engage everybody from the farmer to herdsmen to policeman to clergy to university professors to vice chancellor of university, all of that. Then 2 weeks ago, I was at Edo. I ended up in Okada. I went through Edo South because there's a plan we are doing across the country. I'm due to be in Kogi shortly and all of that. And we just did a round of the entire north of recent. Yesterday, we were at Adamawa, even though I wasn't there. I was able to join in. So we are doing all we need to do. So I'll be in Delta next week, for example, because Kenneth Bagi, my campaign director and former governorship candidate, died. So we're also meeting there. So we're going around, we are talking. If you go on Channels TV, AIT, Arise TV, you will see my commentary and my position and my prescription and the alternative I'm giving in all the calamities that Tinubu has encountered and has put Nigeria into, including subsidy, foreign exchange management, the issue of labor and the pricing of wages, so many other things. So we are active, and Oviet only needed to send me a text message to be here, and I'm here. So, this is it. So there's nothing we can do, other than that, unless if we start to picket the government, opposition, like everybody do what he likes and what he knows. For example, Revolution Now, Showore has done 2 or 3 revolutionary actions since the last election. And I'm sure he's plotting 1 or 2. I'm sure he's jealous of Kenyans now. If you ask Showore now, you rather want to be a Kenyan. So, because you're so eager for street action. So everybody is doing according to their own ideological leaning. So there may be some who are in politics who believe, because even when we were running for president, there are some people were telling me, it doesn't matter, we don't have to win. Let's all go and use our talent to help these people. So there are some people genuinely, they don't see the difference between Tinubu and me, or between Tinubu and Showore, or Tinubu and anybody. They just think government is government. And that's what they believe genuinely. So those ones are part of the establishment politicians. All you need to do is to eliminate them from your consideration if you think that they're not aligned to you. But there are some people who would always believe that government and national unity, we're all the same. Let us just go and join them. Those people, doesn't mean that they're corrupt, just means that they are misguided. So for me, I believe that whoever you put in government has consequences. And to be in government with people who will be doing exact opposite of what you prefer to do is not good politics. So we are there, we're working. We also learn lessons from the last election, because in my own, I did more work in 2021. I did a lot of work, a lot of spending in 2021 than I was able to do in 2022. And with that lesson, I've learned that if you burn yourself out too quickly and you start to run all over the place, except you have bankers backing you and contractors, and in the end, you will end up coming and cripple your government for you. So long and short is that we are there, we are doing our best, and if there's any place we are called to come and give speeches, to come and mobilize people, to come and explain our stand, we do that. So, but you cannot force yourself. You cannot force yourself on the people. There are people who believe now that they put together their 2027 plan. They don't talk to anybody. They don't grant interviews. They just go and start raking business, raking money, knowing that if I buy total number of votes times this amount, I win again. So But our own is not like that. Our own requires the consent of the people. And that consent is difficult to get. It's difficult to retain it after getting it. So we keep talking. That's what we are doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Prince.
sir.
Yes.
Uh,
The next question will come from this background. You alluded to the British parliamentary system while you are responding to Nigerian man. And as we speak, there are about 60 parliamentary, House of Rep and senator member who are running around the country trying to get support for also go to parliamentary system. And for me personally, I think this system we just need to stretch it to the fullest to have dual sovereignty. What do I mean by that? Just like the way America is practicing, have the state autonomy and the federal doing their own thing. That's one or another. That's what I think I prefer. What they are asking for, what we are practicing now, what I prefer, and what Mr. Chris on the comment section is saying. He say from his perspective, from your perspective, Chris, what are the fundamental flaws in Nigerian current political system, and what is the reform? What reform does he believe? Do you believe that is essential to the improvement of governance? So, what's the way forward with all this that is going on? The proposal, what you just mentioned, and what I said that dual sovereignty. What do you think is actually the right way for us as a nation to get things right?
The problem with our democracy is that we remove the demo. Only the crazy is left. So if you solve that one, if you bring the demo back and reduce the crazy a bit, the system will work. Every reform we do always leaves out the people. And whether it's parliamentary system, presidential system, whatever diarchy, whatever system you want to fathom, if the fundamental attitude of the people towards politics, election, political party, and governance, if it is not changed, you can't change anything. People are talking about parliamentary system as if we have not done it before. Parliamentary system was what we did for a number of years. And we didn't just do it for 6 years. No, we did it for 14 years. Because Awolowo, Balewa, Zik. No, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, and Zik. They were regional ministers from 1952 to 1960. The North came 54, but the others, East and West, started 52. So Awolowo and Co had done parliamentary system for 8 years before we got independence. And after independence, we did it for another 6 years before Zeogu came and put the question. Now, but in 1977, only Ahmadu Bello and Balewa were not around. Most of the others were around. Awolowo was around. Let me start with seniority. Zik was around. Awolowo was around. Okpara was around. And many other people were, Kano, many people. And they had Constituent Assembly in Lagos. And they put the question, what is the problem with our election? They said, parliamentary system is not good for us. It's too confrontational. It's too unstable and all of that. So they chose to go for presidential system. That in presidential system, you are sure of stability of government for at least 4 years. Because when you elect a government for 4 years, elect a president, he's not afraid of cross-carpeting, of all these other problems and all of that. But in parliamentary system, the prime minister can go to bed tonight. When he wakes up tomorrow, parable of the sower will have taken place. People will have sowed weed in his party, and half will defect. You see what is happening in Rivers State now. If it was a parliamentary system, Fubara is gone. Because
How would that happen?
Half of them run to Wike. Another day, they run here, they run there. So they said it will not be stable. So they decided to go for the presidential system. That's one leg of it. Prior to 1946, when Richard came, we had a unitary system. Under Lugard, up to Clifford, we had unitary system. Only one government. Agitation from here and there was what made Otto Richards to enact and Littleton to enact that, okay, you know what? We'll give you regions so that those who are local people at home can run their affairs. So we had the region. Then we had the region by 1963. People were already complaining. Midwest people with the Delta people, blended. Midwest, they complained that why would I go all the way to Ibadan from Buzo or from Asaba? No. We want our own region. So they created their region for them, the Midwest. And when the crisis started, people talk about when we went to Abri in Ghana. People only talk about Abri, the headline between Gawan and Ojukwu. They don't realize that there are other issues discussed at Abri there, including the structure of state. People were from Cross River, Ogoja and Rivers. They call them Core, that they wanted their own state. Everybody wants their own state. And if you remember that conversation, when they went to bring Awolowo from prison, and he went to the barracks to see Gawan, within 3 minutes of starting the meeting, the first thing they discussed was state creation. So you must create state, this and that and that. So at the end of the day, we created the 12 states. So now we do all of these things from 12, we continue, and then at the Constitutional Assembly, 77, one of the things they discussed was the states were not enough. Because after they created 12 states, Murtala, one of the reasons why when Murtala was killed, many people were shedding tears, was that Murtala created states. So if you listen to Sir Warrior, when Murtala was killed, Warrior was singing. When it was mourning Murtala Mohammed, was it Murtala Mohammed created Imo State, Murtala Mohammed created Anambra State. So people were happy that he created state for them. Now, with Second Republic, we went with 19 states. When Babangida came and he was trying to elongate himself and everything, one of the things that kept him alive was that he studied all the people looking for states, started creating states for them, from 19 to 21 states, 21 states to 30 states. Then Abacha came. After he seized the power and he was not getting popularity, people told him, listen, Abacha, if you want people to like you, create states. So he created 6 more states. So it became 36 states. So we are here now. So if you go to the National Assembly, you will see bills for creation of a past state, Ogun State, this number of states. Say they want to balance number of states. In the same National Assembly, they gather together and say, no, let us create region. All of this. What I can see from all of this is that it doesn't matter how you create the state. There was no Kogi state before. Kogi was under Kwara and Benue. Part of Kogi East was in Benue. Kogi West and Central was in Kwara. Now, before there was no Kwara. They created Kwara. After Kwara, they created Kogi. Now, are you telling me that they created Kogi so that Yaya Bello can wipe away all the money? So, are you saying that if they had not created Kogi State, that Yaya Bello would not be qualified to run as governor of Kwara State, where he would have belonged, and that he would not have wiped Kwara money too? So, are you saying that if he didn't create Kwara State, Taraki, who dealt with Kwara, would not have dealt with the not central state. So what I'm bringing out of all of this is that you can continue to take a thief from Union Bank to Savannah Bank to Polaris Bank. If he's a thief, he will be stealing from there. If the person is a bad driver, careless driver, you can change it from Mercedes to Volvo, Volvo to Datsun, Datsun to Tesla. It will ruin the cars. So long and short of what I'm saying is that the same people are the operator of the system. The people who ruined the First Republic with overvoting, snatching ballot paper, rioting, they were the same people who came back in 1979. Except those who had died. Those who were alive to ruin the First Republic were the same people who came back to start Second Republic. And that was what made Babangida to have an excuse to say he wanted new breed. That the problem with our politics was that those who were wrecking the system, when you change the system, they will come back and wreck the new one. So he said he banned all old politicians. It turned out that the new politicians he brought were worse than the older ones. So, in the end, we went to June 12, 1993, with no old politician. Everybody was banned. That's how Abiola and Tofa, who had never been in politics before or in office before, that's how they came out. One came from MP, two of them came from MPN. Both of them were MPN people. And they came and ran for office. I don't know if the military still scattered the whole thing. What I'm bringing out of this is that 4 years is a short period of time. And you don't want your politician to turn Assault Villa and National Assembly to science class, political science class. And they will finish their 4 years, they will not do anything. And they don't believe in any of these things. For example, when Tinubu and Co were in opposition, ACN, they opposed the Constitutional Conference, which Goodluck Jonathan of PDP set up. Goodluck Jonathan was looking for how to get second term and make friends with everybody. And then he had friendship with Afenifere. And anywhere you call Afenifere, if you say the problem is headache or stomach ache or road repairs or balanced budget, Constitutional Conference, the only answer they give you. If you tell Afenifere people, why did Nigeria not qualify for World Cup? Constitutional Conference. Anything, they have no other medicine. They just, that their pharmacy has only one medicine inside the store. Whatever disease you bring, Constitutional Conference. So when Jonathan started romancing with them, through Senator Bujisola Akifenwa and all of that, he started working with them. They said, okay, for us to help you, to join you, set up Constitutional Conference. So they went for that Constitutional Conference. Why I'm bringing it up is that Tinubu, all of them, they said it's nonsense. It's a waste of time. There's no need for that. But the Constitutional Conference still held. And all the recommendations made in that Constitutional Conference, they are on record. And the prominent among them include, we must change to the old national anthem. We should try to create more states or go back to the region. They did all of that. Tinubu and go and review the newspapers. They were laughing at them that this is all nonsense. The PDP, Jonathan supporters say, yeah, this is correct. EK Clark, all of them. This is what we must do. Now, Tinubu came now. He's trying to, he has removed subsidy. He has floated in the currency. He can't fix the economy. He's collected a huge amount of money. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He said, oh, okay, let me give them the national anthem. Yes. But the people who were for national anthem last time, they are suddenly against it now. So me, I don't mind. I like national anthem, the old one, because we used to sing for Aluta. That was our Aluta Alota national anthem. So since I'm used to singing it, so I'm okay with it. So, but the issue is that they switch side all the time. When Jonathan Constitutional Conference said, let's go to national anthem, old national anthem, Tinubu said, oh, what's all rubbish? This is what they're going to do. All the people on Jonathan's side who are now in opposition, they say, yes, we need it. Now that Tinubu has come and done it, they say, no, who needs it? So they will just, you get get dizzy. They will throw you here and left. The issue is this. Principle is very simple. If the people of Nigeria want to take over their democracy, everything will change. But I have not seen a sign yet that the people have fully decided to take over their politics. They are still leaving politics for politicians. Many people are asking me, are you going to run next time? Why are you not doing this? As if I'm running for myself. So people are still telling me, print t-shirts, send to us, as if I'm going to look for a job for myself. So, but yesterday, I was reading reports here in London. The British voters withdrew about £298 million on Thursday to transport themselves to the polling units, to their polling station. They calculated the amount of money they withdrew from ATM. In Nigeria, they will have expected politicians to be the one to give them that money. I have spoken to 2 people who won their election and about 10 people who lost, because those who lost here, they have more time. Those who won, they are all jostling for cabinet and all of that. And apart from paying their taxes, none of them spend any money on the politics. Did you know? My party, I just showed interest in the primaries. I went for the primaries. I did not pay any money. I was chosen by my party. All the campaign venue, they did not pay transport. So if you are in this constituency and they are inviting you to come to, maybe somebody says, oh, meet me at Soho. The Soho party, they will pay your transport and ask you to come. They will pay for the venue. They will do everything by themselves. And don't say, oh, because their economy is developed. No, many of them who are paying for this, their own mortgage. I had breakfast with somebody today who was so eager, very angry, Tory person, very angry that I don't know what I was questioning. She has a lot of problems. Her own problems, she will tell you, my son is looking for a job, this happened, I have this issue, I have that issue. But she still spent money of her own for the Conservative Party where she belongs. So they see it as their own. And that is the long answer to your question, that what we need to amend in our politics is that the politics need to be owned by the people. The way they own their churches and they fund their churches, they own their mosque and fund their mosque. They own their town union and they fund their town union. They fund the wedding of their children. They do all of these things. If you say the people of social community want to build a hall, all of them will contribute money from all over the world. So that is how you do a political party. I'm going around my party now, talking to them, asking them questions. Have you paid your membership of the party? Have you paid membership? What have you done for the party? Recently, National Secretary of my party told me that there's no furniture. We want to change the furniture in one of our state branches. I said, why are you telling me? Tell each person to bring one chair from their house. Another person to bring one table. You will have it there. So what is the problem? Yeah, you think so? Yes, that's how it's going to be. Because you need to own the politics. You need to be stakeholder. In that way, you can look for a good person and say, go and run this thing for us. And that was how it was in Nigeria before. The first person to represent Agwata in the old Eastern Region House of Assembly was just a headmaster in the community. People came to him and said, you are going to go and represent us. He said, where? They said, you are going to Enugu, you'll be our representative. He didn't pay any money. So if the community is telling you, do this, but do that, but now, old, young, women, whatever, they're all coming out, not only asking you to pay all the money in the politics, you also have to give money for them personally. If their child is sick, you pay money. Some want to do business, they ask you to give them money because they ran for office. So I'm thinking the people themselves expect to create mini Tinumbus, mini articles in people all over the country. Somebody who is in politics complained to me about my friend, Kwankwaso, the other time. He said, Kwankwaso, very stingy. He doesn't spend his money on politics. Can you believe that? I said, what do you expect? Is he a business? So why will you expect him to go and spend his money on politics? Is he going there for himself? So this is the mentality that I think we need to change. And the politics will start changing. But there may be reason to change some of the structure of government, but that's a minor aspect. Because the people themselves, the mindset of the people, that's where the problem lies. Because people who work in INEC, they are not going to INEC, many of them, because of the salary. They go there because rough statics will come up. That's why they go there. Even there are people who work in universities who lobby to people to make them returning officers so that you'll be there. If you make a list of senior advocates today and if you make a list of senior advocates appointed from 2002 to now, even start from 2003 to now, majority of them, if you look at the cases they use to become senior advocate, are election cases. So everybody is making money and turning the thing to bazaar. Newspapers will not carry you except you give money to the journalist. TV station will be avoiding you except you give money or you pay for dedicated coverage. And these are all the institutions that are relevant in building an enduring democracy and bringing people to politics who know that I'm not here by virtue of my money. Because I can imagine, I know how much I spend, but it doesn't bother me because I see it as part of my contribution to the country. But if I had taken an approach that the money I spent is an investment, then I will be forced to go and look for collect ministerial appointment to get my money back. But because I see it like, it's just a contribution. Why should I care? But not many people. I speak to people, they tell me, politics, no, I sold my house. I did this, I did that. And you are encouraging the politics of money. And politics of money will never go well for a country like Nigeria. Part of the problem America is having today, and you could see the agony they're going through, is the increasing role of money, donors, and all these heavy hitters, heavy industries on their politics. That's why, whether you like it or not, you will go and do war in Ukraine. You find one excuse to give money to these companies. So everybody is working hard. And there's so many other changes you can make. But if people have to say, the politics is the way by which we can take control of our lives, and we take politics seriously. And every political party that I join, I make contribution. If they are doing anything, they are collecting money from somebody, I will complain. Who is this person? Why? Well, so that way, you own the party. And I think it will work better.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said a lot. There's a lot of questions I would like to ask along those lines. But let me bring a man of prestige all the way from California.
Good. Yeah, greeting everybody. Good morning over here, and it's afternoon, probably in the evening, Manager Man. Nice to have you all. But especially good evening. I know you're in Nigeria, Prince Adewole. Good morning to you. Good evening to you.
I'm in
It's
Nigeria time, so I'm in London. I'm 1 hour
right.
behind
Oh,
Nigeria.
okay, okay. So it's in the evening
Yes,
right now. Okay, I mean, yeah,
yes.
about probably about 9 hours different from California. But anyway, it's nice to have you. It's an honor to have you on this platform. Honoring our request to ask you a question because we don't get to see people of your own caliber. When you come to Nigerian space to come and answer. We common people with question that we need to. Because of the way that country is.
The honor is
So
mine.
my
I'm
question is,
privileged to be
where's
behind eminent people.
thank you. So I was gonna. I guess we're asking one question at a time, right? Can somebody give me the protocol?
One question now. For now, one question, Mr.
Okay, okay,
Petit.
okay. Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions. I have some few questions to add, but I'm gonna go straight to the present government we have, Tinubu government, APC. Um, I want you to answer me, from your own honestly belief. Do you think President Tinubu has the brightest, mind of Nigeria can accumulate in his cabinet? And if not, why did he concentrate using the same blueprint that Buhari did? Nepotism, mainly in the northerners, whether they are qualified or they are not qualified. Most of them are half-baked, and they never serve us well. So what I'm seeing in Tinubu cabinet, I know, every state has a member, in his in his government. But the main area, the targeted area, the place that's supposed to be solving Nigerian problem are pretty much, I won't use the word urbanization because it's mainly Lagos. So what do you think about, and they have good policies, but it has not been implemented properly. So I mean that's strictly my opinion. Even the policy, the way they implemented it is not helping Nigeria. We have not improved. I've not seen any sign of any kind of improvement. I mean, then I say, okay, it's 1 year plus right now, but it seems like we are regressing from where it started. So that's my problem. Do you think it has not something to do with people he appointed, which I think he should have, you know, appoint the best mind. I know we have, we have some best mind, and and I think you are one of them. But what do you think about that?
Well, my honest feeling is that Tinubu has the best mind working with him for what he wants to do. You don't know what he wants to do. I knew what he wanted to do. That was why I ran against him, to prevent him from doing what he wants to do. So it is what he wants to do that will determine the kind of people he will have as his best people. Maybe people are projecting to him what you would do if you were in his shoes. What he wants to do now, he has the best people for those things that he wants to do. And those things are not good things. And that's why I'm not surprised. In fact, if I'm surprised at all, I'm a bit pleasantly surprised that things haven't gotten worse than this. Because if you know a friend who is a carpenter and somebody wants to sew his clothes for his wedding, wants to sew his wedding dress, and he says he's taking the wedding dress to that carpenter, you will say, my friend is a carpenter, why are you taking your dress? So that's the person I want to sew my wedding dress. If the person is using hammer and nail to sew the wedding dress, you are not surprised because he's a carpenter. That is what he knows how to do. What Tinubu is doing now is exactly what he knows how to do. And if you study him from time, this is what he knows how to do. In the end, at the end of 4 years, what they are building will show. And those who like such things, they will start clapping for him. But those who know what government should look like, they will start crying. And as to whether he's following Tinubu, Buhari, I don't know. The man is an honest man. He said he will continue where Buhari stopped. So if a person is telling you straight away, I will continue where Buhari stopped, and he continue where Buhari stopped, what is the problem? My criticism of Tinubu is not personal. It's just the same ideological criticism, because Tinubu at least cannot be accused of something. You cannot accuse him of not fulfilling his manifesto. The things he said he was going to do, that's what he's doing now. And those things that he said he was going to do, and people were clapping in the audience and everything, we were telling them these things, they are quite dangerous. But they're extremely dangerous stuff. Why would you let them do it? So if you are running a hospital and most of the patients there come with dehydration and anemia, and somebody wants to take over that hospital and says, I am going to increase the cost of blood, and I'm going to charge more money for this hospital by charging money for water, you will say you are going to kill these patients, because the major problems that they present with is anemia and dehydration. But the patients, they say, are clapping, yes, they're going to increase this. So you wait, and when it comes there and it jacks up the prices of hydration and blood transfusion, and many people are dropping dead, you are sad, but you are not. The man is not doing something he didn't say he was going to do. So Tinubu is trying to run the same show that he ran in Lagos. And if you study Lagos very well, you will know that Lagos is number one in revenue generation. After that, end of the story. For about 40 years, in the English-speaking world, then known as the Commonwealth, Lagos had the best water. Above London, any city in the UK, Glasgow, Brisbane, Australia, anywhere, Canada, Ottawa, everywhere, Toronto, Lagos had the best water in the Commonwealth. Now, they're all using sachet water and having cholera. So, if you know a place called McGregor Canal, if you look at Lekki today, that is flooding, having problems, and all of that, Victoria Land was worse. Ikoyi was even worse. But there was a British man called McGregor. They created that McGregor Canal between Bonnet Camp and National Museum. If you know where National Museum is, look at Bonnet Camp, you see a bridge. That water you see there was not created by God. That's not. It was created by Lagos engineers, Lagos City Council. Then they now join the Five Cowrie Creek together with the Lagos Lagoon to drain the water. Over the years, that's how Lagos got drained. They're not doing any such project. The only project I can say they've done is this expensive train line that they are doing, which is to fulfill the vision of Jakande. So I have congratulated them many times on that. I thank God that they did it, and I hope they continue to do more of it for Lagos transportation. But they don't do much. And what has happened in Lagos is to have a permanent underclass that are selling yogurt and paying taxes, opening small shop, tailoring shop and paying taxes. So Tinubu is a cost accountant and surrounded by tax collectors. So when they see you, if they see Nigerian man, they will remember, oh, Beards taxes. Let's collect taxes for Beards. If you see James, oh, glasses, let's glasses levy. They see OVA, dreadlock charges and fine. Right? So they continue. So that is, it's a symbol of prestige, multicolored dress levy. So this is their orientation. So they will gather enough money and then award contracts and services, and that's their understanding. The same thing Fashola has. If you listen to Fashola's interview when Buhari wanted to make minister, super minister, they asked him a question in National Assembly by the Senate. How come you left this amount of debt in Lagos? He said America is the largest debtor in the world, and they have the best universities. So we should borrow. So this is their philosophy. So the thing I want us to understand is that politics has diversity. Democracy has shades of opinion. It doesn't mean that certain people, everybody who is in politics must agree with you. So I see them as certain tendencies. I don't have personal problems with them at all. But when I listen to them, I listen to Peter Obi, I listen to Atiku, I know their tendencies. I say, these people, this method, their grandfather is Olufalai, SAP, and all this. I've seen them before. So you cannot now say, if you look at Chuokongu, Aboyade, I want to give you 5 economists. Chuokongu, Aboyade, Olufalai, Kalu Idikakalu, and you take Bala Usman, or you take Sam Aluko, and you say, I form a presidential economic council. You put all these 6 people there. It will never work. Because from the beginning, immediately, Olufalai opened his mouth, Bala Usman walk out. This one doesn't know what he's talking about. If Sam Aluko will not even listen to them, he knows that these people are enemy of the people. Because what are you bringing? And that is the issue. And if you look at what happened to the Tory, all the things that Tory said will make life better in the last 14 years in England, they've tried everything. Neo-Thatcherism. It didn't work. Because when Thatcher started, we had industry in Leland, in Midlands, in the UK. You can privatize many of these things, privatize public building, privatize, and businesses will come out of it. Land Rover, Range Rover, all those things were privatized. And new money came out of it. That's how Richard Branson was able to buy airline, do everything, and all of that. Everybody made their money. You can only do one time. After that, you have nothing left again. So you need to collect enough taxes to run your services. Now, the Tory came again and started cutting taxes and started printing money. So they're stuck. When they couldn't do anything, they started cutting services. So if you're in England, I have a friend who's an Englishman, and he told me that he's going to Estonia. The second one said he was going to Israel to go and do surgery because they're tired of waiting to die in England. So what I'm bringing out of all of this is that in politics, you don't just flock with anybody you see and say, oh, Tinubu is in government, let me go and join. You can't do that. Because when you get there, are you going to start fighting and boxing the other ministers? No. So you know that these people, they're the wrong people. So you stay back, let them do their thing, let the people see the effect of it. And then as they are doing it, you are telling people, I told you, I told you, I told you. And that is what I've been telling Nigerian people in the last 1 year. I told you this, if they do this, it's rubbish. They do this rubbish, you do this rubbish. So, and that is the issue. And you can see now that all of them are talking and raising issue. Even Dangote is saying that something percent interest rate is not good. Okay? But before now, your business did not depend on open market borrowing. Your business depend on concession. But many people have been on this open market borrowing a long time ago. We realize that it can't work. So this is what I'm bringing together is that Tinubu is going to succeed, but the country may fail. Because Tinubu has the competence to succeed in what he wants to go and do. But what he wants to go and do may not be in the interest of the country. And for ideological reasons, I can analyze why it's not in the best interest of the country. But the criticism of it is based on the existence of alternative policy body that we should bring out. How can anybody tell me that if Tinubu's parents were told to come and take student loan, Tinubu will not finish secondary school? Because if he was one of those bright students, he wouldn't have gone to Chicago. He would have entered Ife. Ibadan, uh, University of Lagos, another. In that period, that was where the brightest ones were going. So, but he is saying now to people that they should come and take student loan. At the same time, giving the governing councils of universities mandate to raise their own revenue. So you are telling me now that, there's no accommodation. There's no. But it's not as if I see Tinubu now, I'm not going to greet him. I'm not going to show him respect. Or I don't have anything personal against him. I have not. My own politics is that how can you open your eyes and use your own hand to punish yourself? And that was the quarrel I've been having with Labour. That you are Labour movement. 3 things you need as a Labour movement. You need employment, because anybody who joins employment becomes a member of your union or one of your unions. So you become larger in number. You need lower cost of living so that poverty will not overtake your workers. Thirdly, you need good wages that will match the work you are doing and you can make progress. So, and if they invest in social services like roads, universities, hospitals, all of that, it favors you. But they went and joined Peter Obi and all these other people. Some of them joined Tinubu, some of them Peter Obi. I said, these people have nothing. They have nothing for you. They said they're going to remove subsidy on day one. So why are you going to join? Why even allow them to join your party to even admit them around? Because it's like you go and tell, you go to New York and you go to Manhattan and say, if I become mayor of New York, I will raise property taxes all over Manhattan. They won't vote for you. If you go to Queens and tell them, I will put more police in every city, stop and search anybody passing, they won't vote for you. Because you can't be a political idiot who doesn't know where your interest lies. You have to support somebody whose ideology favors you and where you stand. So you cannot campaign and say, I'm going to tax lawyers 80% of their income. I won't vote for you. I'm a lawyer. I was, why will I vote for you? So why politics is helping to reduce poverty is that what favors majority is what will pass the vote. So as a result of that, politicians all over the world started investing in what will make life easier for the people so that they can get elected. The reason why it hasn't worked in Nigeria is that the people don't know what is in their interest. So if I don't campaign, you don't do anything, and on election day, you take money and go and give people, they forget about their long-term interest. It's cheaper for the politician to steal all the money, and then on election day gives you 5,000. The same thing with intellectuals. Nigerian intellectuals are pseudo-intellectuals because they will analyze the economy perfectly. But when it's time to vote somebody in, they will say, Northerner has been there. So let us find a Southerner. The person who was there now is a Christian. So another Christian should not come. So they abandon things that will work. And then we'll go to things that are not relevant to the job. So those are the problems facing our politics. And that is what we need to deal with. So Tinubu, I don't reckon that he can do so well for the country. I know he can't sell the country because it's difficult to find a buyer. But parts of the country may be sold or given away because they are trying to follow Bretton Woods' approach to public finance. And the problem I also have is that embedded in their political structure are business interests who are going to subordinate policy to business concerns. And that is another thing. It doesn't mean that if Atiku had come in, he will not be doing exactly the same thing. He will award the same contract, but maybe the contractor will be different. He will choose from his own team of contractor. He will not choose Tinubu's own. And I'm not too sure that if Peter Obi had come in, the policy will be different. It's just that maybe those who are close to their own camp will also come out and be playing the same role. So what we need to do in politics is to recognize that those people are there, the establishment politicians, and try to see whether we can find for ourselves an alternative. And that alternative politics, what will be the content of it? What is the ideology? For example, are we going to be using the same language that they are using? Tinubu has 3 Yoruba here. He has 1 Igbo here. He has 5 Kanuris. I don't use that because it doesn't have any effect on the policy that I'm interested in. I was having one conversation with Kalu Dikakalu because we talk regularly. And I asked that conversation with Bangida as well. I asked, why did you remove Kalu Dikakalu and put Alaji? Because Kalu was in Imo, working for Ikewachuku, I think. When Aikomu spotted some of the policy changes that he was proposing, and he had worked in Korea and all those places for the World Bank. So they took him and said, come and work for us. So he laid the policies for them. Then shortly after, they scattered the whole cabinet, took him to, I think, transport or somewhere. And then they changed everything. So Bangida gave me his own reasons. It wasn't because of the economy. It has to do with some regional politics issue. I asked Falai, who was brought to become part of the economic team. Falai did not write the paper concerning the SAP. He was just carrying it out. So I spoke to all of them. Then I went to Kalu. Kalu gave me the analysis of it. So, which one? He knows my view. I don't agree with SAP. But Kalu SAP is different from SAP of Falai. Because Kalu's SAP, econometrically, if you do the mathematics of it, it will work. It may not work in Nigeria, but if you ask Kalu to do the econometrics of his SAP, it will work. You will see the growth spur and everything. If you ask Olufalai, he was quite close to me. He was chairman of my party and he he helped me with campaign and all of that. But if you ask Olufalai to do the econometrics of SAP, he won't even bother to do it. But it was in government, just support the idea. What Tinubu is doing now is the worst of the whole of the two worlds. So the only thing that can save him is probably if in the course of the next 2 or 3 years, hopefully the next 2 years, there is a world event that gives us the kind of Gulf War bonanza that saved Babangida. Babangida will have been stoned out of Nigeria, if not because he was saved by George Bush Sr., who went and attacked Iraq. And we had that Gulf War windfall. I don't know if you have read the Okigbo report. Pastor Okigbo report on take your time, search for it, and read that report. You will see where the economy was under Babangida before the Gulf War came. So that was what saved Babangida. Nigerians will have eaten him alive as suya, because the SAP will have reached a point where people will be eating people on the street. But that Gulf War came, and the money came in. With that money, Babangida did Third Mainland Bridge, moved to Abuja. He was even confident enough to host the OAU conference in 1991. So if Tinubu is lucky, maybe in the area of gas or some solid mineral or something. Otherwise, Nigerians should brace for a very tough time. So that is why the policy has a lot of issues. And even though they are complaining now, because I've spoken to some of them, they are complaining. I said, hey guys, the way I understand economics, you're not supposed to be complaining because you have some maturities coming in 2 years, 2026. So maturities are coming. Some of the money that Buhari took and the last batch, I think the last batch of the one Jonathan took and the one Buhari took, they are getting mature around 2025, 2026. And you have not created jobs yet. Even the Agbado you want to give to Nigerian youth who want to work in the army, you have not even expanded the army to accommodate them. So you are not generating employment. And you are still complaining. What happens next year? What are you going to do? Because 1 year passes, 2nd year passes, no employment. New ones are getting into town. And you are not expanding the workspace or the opportunity space. And towards the second to the end of your term, 2nd year to the end of your term, that's your 3rd year and 4th year, you have certain maturities which you have to accommodate. So what are you going to do? And you are reaching the top of the task bracket already. So those are the challenges. But alternatives exist. So I don't know if they will adopt those alternatives, but if they don't adopt it, we are here to use those alternatives. But last point I will make on this is that any political system that does not have a number of politicians who are ready to remain in opposition for decades and wait until their tendency can come to power. If you don't have it, the democracy has collapsed. You must have people, not that they love to be in opposition and die in opposition, but they must be prepared that if this argument I'm making is not bought by the voter, I will remain where I am. I will not go and join the argument I don't believe in. I will stay on this side of the argument until such a time that Nigeria will see left and right center that there's nowhere to go. Let us try these people. We've exhausted all our options. Let us try these people. And then when they try it, they will see the difference.
You alluded to tax. That's Bola Tinubu's style, and he has proven it in Lagos. But at the same time, you see problem with the followership. Now, over the past 2 weeks, Nigerians are in a way what the Kenyan Gen Zs were doing. And one could argue, if you pay attention to their complaint, they were complaining the fact that their leaders went and collected debt, just like you are talking about the majority of debt of our past leaders coming to June 2025. What they are complaining about that their leaders collected debt from IAF, use it, to service their lifestyle, but now coming back, trying to tax them to pay for that debt. That is how they are doing their story. Which says to me is that it's as if the young people of Kenya are more aware, are paying attention, not just to the brouhaha that the politicians are throwing at them, but also to the policy. But I also understand that you are not necessarily a fan of what is going on. From by your tweet, you said something about that. Let me read the tweet, then you respond to it. You said you said African youth must prioritize ideological politics and listen to what politicians have said, do, and have done, instead of fanning up after them as celebrities. It is better to dictate empty-headed IMF drones to prevent them getting elected than to try to cost them with riots. And I remember again during the course of your campaign, when you were on Dr. Damage's show, you speak extensively how pretty much, and even though you didn't use exact word, how the IMF agents, how they operate. I mean, when you were talking about Obi's connection with Obasanjo and the rest. Can you go a little bit more detail on this policy and the agents, what is actually how does it work? If the Kenyan people are able to figure it out, what do we, the Nigerian young people, have to do to be able to detect those nuances that you are just talking about taxes? Because we actually like the education of how to actually those taxes work, how those AMF work. As you said, the majority of Nigerians are fan of IMF because of the position of Nigerians head in those institutions, right? The World Trade Organization, talking about Kojo Iweala and the rest of them. So because of those personalities, we are always happy to work with them. I mean, I'm talking about the average Nigerian now. But we don't really understand that the danger between the policies itself and the agents who are running around trying to get us to vote for them. So what the Kenyan people did right, what did we do? What are we doing wrong? So just a little bit more about who are the agents who are currently in our face, asking us to vote for them, without necessity, because they have a way of actually selling all this neoliberal ideology. They are very poetic in terms of delivering their message and all that. So what are those indices that we should look out for from these individuals who are here in our face already, and those who are on the background that we don't get to see on a daily basis?
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the Kenyans haven't seen anything, and the reaction doesn't show that they're intelligent. I sympathize with them. I know what they're going through, and as a person who goes to East Africa all the time, it's not my intention to annoy them. But I've addressed some of them when they speak to me, and I tell them that it's good that you are reacting, but it's bad that you're burning your country down and doing all of these things. But it's good that you are reacting, but you brought it upon yourself. Because you were treating Ruto as a celebrity. And you were not listening to the nonsense that he was talking about. So, by listening to the nonsense, you know that this person is coming to kill you. So you know his background. If you don't even know his background, that's those who own him, you know the bet. If you don't know the deep background, what he was saying. So even now, the thing they are doing is still, if you look deep into it, is still orchestrated by some people who have problem with Ruto. So it's still not, the people need to understand. If you look at all of them, I know many of them, Kenyans are very smart people. And some of them who drive this thing online that I know, I talk to them. Some of them who know my opinion know that I've never been impressed with Ruto from time. And you will see how he went to the White House recently to go and to make a fool of himself there. And people don't understand why Biden was calling him, because he's coming to do Biden's dirty job in Haiti. The problem that America is causing in Haiti to black people there, destabilizing their country, is coming to go and do policing for them there, which nobody, even people are getting sensitive these days. Nobody wants to do that dirty job for anybody anymore. What they used Nigeria to do in Congo, when they went and killed Lumumba and co, and brought Nigeria, okay, maintain peace here, when you are the one causing the problem. That's how they started recruiting Nigerian soldiers from Congo in those days. It wasn't long before we started having our own problem here. So what I'm saying, generally speaking, is that it's not every youth that will read deeply, go deeply, do all of this. But politicians are not celebrities. It's like you're trying to hire a houseboy in your house, a driver, a nanny for your children. You're not looking for celebrity. If a nanny says, how are you going to take care of the children? Children, no need. I just put Valium in their drink and they sleep and I go for a party and come back. Are you going to hire the nanny? But if you're not focusing on what the nanny is saying, say, this nanny looks good, is well dressed, look at the hairstyle. And she's telling you, hey, this is how I take care of children. I just put Valium in their drink, put them to sleep, and then I go for a party and so you know that this one will not be a good nanny. But you still voted for that one because it's shiny and good looking and whatever. So that is what African youths need to understand, that this is not Big Brother Africa. This is, you are choosing life and death, life or death, prosperity or poverty, peace or war. Therefore, you listen to politicians. Kenya has a history of radicalism. We got our independence by speaking English in London, Lancaster House. They got their own on the street, Mau Mau. So they have that history of revolutionary gravitas on the street. But over time, they've gotten soft. So maybe some element of that revolutionary thing is coming back. Prior to now, they have a history of also election violence over region, ethnicity, and all of that. But of recent, they've forgotten how dangerous it is to have leaders who don't have your best interest at heart. And with due respect, I don't want to complicate his case. Ruto is one of them. Ruto is like Zelensky in Ukraine. Zelensky does not have the interest of Ukrainians at heart. Otherwise, you don't use your house as the testing ground for weapons from all over the world. So when your leader is serving foreign interests, it's a tool of foreign interests, they will use your country for economic experiment. They will use, like they use Nigeria for GMO. Bill Gates has come to Nigeria with his GMO. And they are talking. I'm looking at them. When I was, even before I enter IFE, a student of IFE who is in agronomy or seed science, before you could graduate in IFE, they will give you seedlings of maize, sorghum, beans, for you to modify by yourself to remove the disease-causing element. It's not, it's very simple to do. There's this particular beans called Ife Brown. It was developed in Ife. So it's not, why would you now go and take maize from Bill Gates in the name of GMO? I understand that they collaborated with an institution in Zaria to do it, but you don't need that. So what I'm bringing out to weed all of this together is that in Nigeria, in Kenya, in many places, the leaders are like celebrities who are sponsored from outside, and they give them PR support and everything. And when they give them all of this PR support, they come to their country and they become leaders. But they are not acting in the interests of their people. So if the African youth, as they are showing in Kenya now, as they show in Nigeria during the EndSARS, are now showing that they are committed and they are ready to take what is there is the one, you must learn to listen. And you must understand the national ideology, what works for your country. It is not just listening to a politician. You must find out what are the problems of your country and what are the things that will work for your country. And then try to get leaders who want to implement them. Our politics used to be simpler in the past. We knew what everybody was going to do. We knew that we were a country of illiterates, majority of illiterates in those days. So anybody who said free education, we welcome them. We knew of the diseases and all the other issues we're dealing with. So if you say free healthcare, we believe in it. If you talk about full employment, we believe in it. Many rural areas, many people came from communities that had no roads. So anybody like Ambrose Ali and all those people who said we'll do rural roads, you automatically see that as simple, sensible, trying to understand. And we knew where the money was going to come from. If you listen to the debate between Zik and Awolowo at Lancaster House over produce board, you will know that the two of them knew where their money was. Because Awolowo wanted the produce board to be given to the regions. And Zik wasn't too sure about that. But people like Okpara and Co., they knew that palm oil was also from the argument was going on back and forth. So they knew where they would fund the government from. They knew the priorities that they would do with the economics in Africa. It's not that complicated now. It's not sophisticated, not complicated. You know that if I go to Edo State and I put investment in schools, both Edo South, Edo North, Edo Central, I know all the roads that they need to do. I know the factories broken down from Okwila all the way down to Eho, down to Ofosu, border of Ondo State. I know all the minerals in the state. I know the one that they need to develop. I also know that the young people there need employment, and the number of them going to Italy or those that will reduce. I know their attitude a lot. So you have to make your policies to be grounded. But African youths now, they'll be. I will send the invitation to you. I was invited by the World Bank for their annual conference this year. I did not publish it anywhere. I just say, okay, they want to know my mind. Maybe they discover that this is one of the leaders in Africa, so come and know my mind. I went there and listened more than I talk, and I left the place to say, okay, these people I know, they killed my grandfather, they killed my father. Maybe they've changed their mind, they don't want to kill me. Let me go and listen to them. I listened to them, they haven't changed their mind, I left the place. So, but African youth, they will even be tweeting around, hey, social candidate is at World Bank. Hey, so the world knows him. So they will see a Nigerian working in WTO, like my sister Ngozi, taking picture with Biden. They will be spreading it as an achievement. But I'm looking at Udo Udoma was in the World Court. How many donkey century decades ago? Nigerians are always everywhere. Udo Udoma was the president of World Court. Lambo was the WHO Director General. And so many other Nigerians who have gone all over the world. And if you look at people like Ikoku, they are not all over the world. So that's not the issue. The issue is, are the interests of this country being represented by those institutions? If you find out that a Nigerian is the head of CIA, a Nigerian is now the head of CIA in America, and they are still sending Boko Haram to come and kill us, are you going to say, congratulations, Nigeria has somebody in the... Doesn't make any sense. The last meeting I had in the British Parliament, the person who was the MP, the father came from Ogun State. But I know as we're talking that this one is British to the end. This one is a British person. Is not interested in Nigeria. Because all the things she was prescribing to me, they were things that would favor Britain and kill Nigeria. But she's a Nigerian with the Yoruba name who's working who's a member of parliament, but it doesn't mean anything to me. So you can't say now that or the Secretary of Treasury, Wale Adeyemo, because he's a Yoruba and he's a Nigerian, his policy will favor Nigeria. It doesn't work that way. Because it's an American to the bone and he's working for American system. Therefore, I have to negotiate for Nigeria as Nigerian. So if we understand that, then we will start to question our intellectuals and our political leaders who are engaged with international organization. How well do they represent the interests of Nigerians? Nigerians don't understand. I see some people showing me the picture of Balewa, how he was received by President Kennedy in Washington. They say, oh, Nigeria was highly respected. Nigeria, I said, well, people don't know history. Who told you that Kennedy respected Nigeria at all? Kennedy thought that Balewa was an idiot. And this is my own idiot. Let me host him. Because Soviet Union hosted Nkrumah for 10 days. And they took Nkrumah all over Soviet Union. And they were signing collaboration. So they started to say, oh, Nkrumah is not going to be is not going to be taking the Africans towards Soviet Union. So they invited Balewa and took it to some farm around Virginia and used U.S. Marine march in front of him. He came home with nothing. But Nkrumah came home with Kozombo Dam, came up with nuclear technology, came up with so many things from the Soviet Union. So you must understand that romance with a white man is not an achievement. No, 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 no. So you have to understand that you have to know what you want from the international community, and they should not be imposing leaders on you whose own mission is just to conduce your own situation to favor them, which is their own right to do. But you need to. So that is what led to the problems in Kenya. If they have studied very well and listened, they will not allow Ruto to. They will not allow Ruto to come near that place at all. And if they are correcting that error now, fine. But Ruto is in deep, deep trouble because the policies that he's adopting are policies which he needs the IMF. And if you have read IMF reaction to Ruto, what are they saying? They say Ruto is an idiot, that he's not doing what they asked him to do. What he's doing is not their business because they have level of deniers there. So that's why I'm letting you understand that right now, only 3 countries can save Ruto: Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa. If they want to save Ruto or save Kenya, they can just inject some funds there. And that's how they can be saved because they need the money. It's like the argument of Babangida gave to us in 1986. Do you want to take IMF loan or we should introduce SAP? It's like someone telling you, how do you want to die? With a machete or a pistol? Make your choice. I don't want to die at all. I reject both. So this is the consciousness which Kenyans need to have and Africans need to have. And Nigerians need to have it. Stop. I congratulate Nigerians who have good international jobs. It's not a bad thing. However, they are working for those people who are paying them. A Nigerian is at the head of World Trade Organization now. I remember when WTO was set up, Jubila Ayila represented Nigeria. And Professor Ademola was my professor at IFE. I wrote the first paper on WTO. And I remember he was reprimanding me because I said the WTO structure. He told me which structure. WTO has no structure. And he was arguing with me. You know, International Trade and Investment Law at IFE. Under Professor Ademola Kukuola. If anybody had told me that a Nigerian was going to be head of WTO one day, I would not have believed it. But a Nigerian is at the head of WTO. Do we have fairer balance in trade? No, it's worse. He can hire Nigerians to work there. I've recommended 1 or 2 people who say they want to work. I said, go and meet. But it doesn't mean that the policies favor us. Because there was a time when Brutus Gali, I remember my uncle, who was an ambassador and professor of international law. When Brutus Gali was running for United Nations Secretary General, he was all over the place, traveling, jumping up and down. We did not even know that they will kick Brutus out and Kofi Annan will become United Nations Secretary General. When Kofi Annan became United Nations Secretary General, that's how they killed Africans like chicken. The genocide in Rwanda took place, everything took place. They could not do anything. Next to Ghana was Liberia. They were killing people there, they didn't do anything. You had to take Nigeria to go and do ECOMOG. In Sierra Leone, they were killing people there. I was appointed by the UN and ECOWAS as commissioner to resettle Liberia after the war. I read all the papers, I know what I saw. If not because of ECOWAS, that war will continue to today. So are you telling me, so these international organizations, they are not set up for us. We can join, but they are not set up for us. And that's why we need to understand that if you have people working there, fine, it's a job. However, if you want to choose your leadership, make sure that you have homegrown tests for them so that you can have a sustainable leadership for your country and you can draw strength from the resources that you have at home. And that's what I can say on that.
Thank you, Prince. Jonaba, I know the
Hey, okay. Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you, Jonaba.
Okay. Good afternoon from here, everybody. My friend, man of prestige, Mr. James, Najaman, and our chief host of here. You are doing well. Nigeria is still in your heart, and just like Prince too. Think you are in exile, but Prince is at home. So Prince is looking younger as ever. I don't know if it's because of the organic food.
Thank you.
GM will never touch out.
Everybody is younger in Nigeria now because we're only eating once a day. Tinubu diet.
What would that be? Since we don't have Agbado yet, what will Tinubu diet? I mean, our fasting.
I think that there's no dictionary where because of the good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all of them must not come with food. That's what
Good.
Tinubu is telling you.
Exactly.
Thank you. It's nice to have you. I've been listening. I was driving. I decided to come out to do some certain things, but I've listened to you in details. Uh, most of my questions you have answered it during the course of you answering to Nigerian to some of those questions from there. But one of the things I want to ask you is that what do you think is a way forward for Nigeria? Is it maintaining the status quo, or there's a way of drastically change the 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 way we are going politically and the mentality of the people on the street? Thank you.
The way is that we need to learn to change our mind before you change your ways. The problem we have is that no matter what you preach, Nigeria will do exactly what they were doing before. Go and see it. Every election cycle, they will come, they have all the options. When it starts, the same argument is the same. If you just do periodic analysis, the day Nigerians change their discussion, change their mind, once they change the topic, the country will change. There's nothing wrong. It's just that people don't change their mind. I don't know if you have gone out with women before. I believe you have gone out with women. They'll bring out one dress that they want to wear, put on the table. They will not bring out another 25 dresses. Try all of them and come back to that same first one they brought. So that's what they are going to do. So that is how they do it in Nigeria. They will talk, raise this issue, raise that issue, but they are back to ethnicity, religion, and sentiment. And the people who want the best outcome in politics don't want to contribute anything to it. So they will still want politicians who they want to change the country to behave like politicians who are spoiling the country. So somebody can say, some people used to ask me during election time, I live in Zungeru. I've not seen your billboard. I said, good. I can send you my photo, you put one there. Because they want the politician who is going to come and change the country to have enough money to put billboards everywhere. So it's a mindset issue. There's nothing wrong with the country. Right? As I speak to you today, the amount of money inside Nigeria is enough to feed out to solve all Africa's problems. Nigeria has money. I was talking to one banker in London yesterday, and he said, the first thing he told me, look, Nigeria has too much money. Nigeria has money. I said, why do you say so? I didn't know that. I asked, what do you say so? He said, look, some people came to them to raise money in the city of London. And within 2 weeks, they've raised all the hundreds of millions of pounds. And they check. The majority of the money came from Nigeria. So Nigeria has money. That's not the issue. Even on the houses, I believe that even those of you are in diaspora, you have houses in the village. And those houses in the village will be the only houses that you have that has no mortgage on them. The one you have in America, if you have two houses, they are all already leveraged. They have mortgage on them. And anytime you want to buy a car, you want to pay for something, you can go and take a loan against that house. But the house in the village is the biggest of them all, but it has no mortgage. It's money already buried there. Nigeria has money. I want to check. I was just getting a call from the manager of one of my mines. He said, do you know? I said, what? He said, one of our mines, the minister of FCT, who left, or one minister, gave the land for housing estate. I said, how can he? He said, he doesn't know. Maybe the man is mad. This is a mine that has minerals under it. He didn't care. He just gave it as housing estate. Because he doesn't have able to advise. From the moment he started the allocation to, nobody told him, no, the mine, the minerals there, and by last valuation, the minerals in that place are worth over $24 billion. The minerals. So it may take years and years to get the minerals out, but they are worth over $24 billion. So which country has in their capital city, FCT, one spot that has minerals worth 24 billion, and the minister will forget about it and just say, oh, let's build estate over here. So there's money. The issue is, how do you set up a government that want to govern? All the people you find in government, most of them, they just want to be something. I want to be president. I want to be governor. I want to be a senator. What do you want to be? Not what you want to do. That's why most of you, they will clearly tell you what they want to be. I want to be a senator. Why I want to be a senator? Because there's this other guy on my street who I know is a complete idiot. He has served 8 years in Senate. So why will I not go there? I'm a governor of this state. The other governor next to me, when he left, he went to the Senate. Why am I not going? So that's all. They go to the Senate and they are sitting down there and dozing off. So they don't have anything to worry about. So if your son, you made your son governor, why will I not make my own son governor? I have more money than you. So I can just pay the money to the party and put money down and make my son governor. So people now are making their girlfriends ministers and minister of state. And to them it's just, you buy the position, you go there. So, and why are they able to do that? Because Nigerians themselves have more belief that if they climb a mountain and light a candle and pray for 7 days, solution to their problem will come from above. They don't believe that solution can come from politics. That it is politics you use to solve modern problems. So if you get people to believe that politics is the solution to modern problems in modern society, then that way people will now pay attention to that politics. And if you come out and say you want to be in politics and you're not good enough, they will challenge you and say, no, don't come and ruin our lives here. But right now, senator is like a chieftaincy title. You want to buy, you go come, you pay the community, you pay the party, they give it to you. Whether you know how to be a senator or not, they don't really care. So that's what we need to change. There's nothing complicated there, which means that the people have to pay attention. If somebody say wants to be a senator, a representative, a councillor, chairman of council, a governor, a president, whatever, you pay attention. You say, in this community, this is the person we are sending. But the reverse is the case now. Look at all the youths. I belong to many groups where you have youth. Even from my home city, where I was born, to the rest of the country. They will tell you, oh, this senator, this House of Rep member has come. He has brought food. 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 What is the job of a House of Rep member to bring food? It's to bring food policy. To see that the price of food is affordable and everybody can go and buy. It's not his job to bring 10 bags of rice. But people don't understand that. So that if you can experiment with it, if you want to know how to change politics, experiment with it. Let James leave Gambia, come to Edo State, just tell them that he wants to run for governor and see what they will be asking him to do. They will be asking him to give money to the party, to pay for wedding, to pay for the hall. In all the local government that they want to do election, each one will write to him to pay. The person who wants to go to be your party agent, even though he's a medical doctor, a pharmacist, or an engineer, still wants you to give him transport money. People who use their money to go to Mecca and come back, and Jerusalem and come back, and Redeem Camp and come back, and Shiloh and come back. They still want you to give them money to go to the place that is just less than 1 kilometer from their house to be your agent. They want you to give them money. If the women come to visit you, you have to give them transport money to come and go. If you visit them, you have to pay a fine for visiting them. So all of this, it's not that I'm stingy, but it shows to you that they don't think that the politics is their own. Because every other thing that is their own, they support it by themselves. And the mission I have between now and the next 2 years is to go around the country and to make it look like it's their own. There was a meeting that my people had somewhere in Balua in Adamawa State. They had the meeting and came back to Yola. One of them called me, we are back. What do you have for those who went to the meeting? I said, what do you mean? You went to the meeting, you are back. Why should I give you money? It's Adamawa meeting inside Adamawa. So they realized, they say, no, we're just asking in case anything you want to give to us. It's that mentality. It's just that mentality. One of the directors of my campaign, Kenneth Baggy, was Minister of Education. He did what the best he could do, created 12 universities. He died anyway. Now he's dead. People in the party, some of them want to attend the burial, are asking me how they're going to get transport. I said, look, I'm not asking to escort him to where he's going. You're just coming to pay condolence. If you want to come, you come. If you don't want to come, it's up to you. So, and then intelligent members of the started again. No, maybe we should. The fact that it was arguable made me to know that the mindset of these people is that they go all the time to attend the burials of their family members, burial of church members, burial of people don't know. But because this man is connected to politics somehow, somebody who is the leader of the party has to find the money for them to go and attend the burial. So it's just the mindset. And if we don't fight that mindset, those who understand it, who are exploiting it, they are the one who will win all the time. Because you who go to preach to young ladies that prostitution is not correct, don't do it. You are not going to have an easier time than the person who just paying them money for the prostitution and say, let's continue. The person who goes around the neighborhood telling people don't sell drugs, he's not having as much easier time as the drug kingpin in the community saying, oh, come on, sell drugs for me. So anybody who is So in the situation of Nigeria, the poverty, the ignorance, the misorientation, there are those who see as opportunities. That if you have money, forget about anything. Do you have money? I remember my first foray, my first attempt at politics. That was 2006. And I was on my own. Then it was Obasanjo's time. He just sent for me. I think that time he said he was looking for young people. Just sent for me and said, I have listened to you. I've seen what you work. Go and run for Senate in your place. So I wasn't even interested. I was too busy with my law. So other people talk to me. Go. So many people call me, even the president told me about you. Go. I went to my community. I spoke to the state chairman of the party, spoke to this people. The question is uniform. Do you have money? If you don't have money, go to Baba, get money. If you have money, don't worry. Don't disturb yourself. So when I reported back, I still have some of my friends that I reported to, even those who are political scientists that came out, they started laughing. So I called them and said, I cannot represent you. The person represent you at that time, the person who was senator was my cousin. Benga Gunuya was my cousin. So, and he used to buy them bicycle, motorcycle every year. Nobody asked him, do you move any motion in the Senate or not? They don't care. Highly intelligent man, but he realized that the people don't need that. What they needed was bicycle. So every time we motorcycle, did you go and carry motorcycle for himself to be riding? Hey. So I called her and said, your best senator, after listening to all of you, is that my cousin. Because you need bicycle, you give bicycle. Your brain is not working. I can't work with you guys. And I left the place. And later I started questioning, maybe we need to go and preach. And I spent 2021 to 2023 preaching. I know how many votes I got from my preaching. But I'll continue. But until that mindset changes, where people genuinely show interest in their politics and they own it the way it used to be. Because the leader, I have a unique experience about the First Republic. I wasn't born then. But my grandfather, my mother's father, was a die in the wood, ready to die, Zikist. Even when he died, I inherited that clock, that cock, that big cock. I inherited it. And the official leader of the Odo province of the action group was my mother's mother and grandmother. And I read through all the correspondence. She will write, Awolowo will write back, or Crew Lodger, who used to write for Awolowo in those days, was his personal assistant, will write back before he got Ofemo, or Dear Ofemo. They will write. And what were they writing? They will tell Awolowo, who was the leader of the party, if you can come to Ondo province, you have not come for a long time, come and address us as town hall. They will tell Awolowo how they pay for the hall. They will ask the party to calculate how much it will cost Awolowo to come from Ibadan. Because the party that the people inviting Awolowo will pay for Awolowo's transport from Okeado in Ibadan. Or if it's in Park Lane, Papa, they will pay. They will pay for the hall. They pay for the food. They will pay for everything. All Awolowo needed to do was to come. Then Awolowo will write back that I cannot come. I've seen some of the letters in my grandma's file. Awolowo will write back and say, I cannot come to Ondo at this time. I am going to Ishan division. Because from what I understand, the members in that division, they have 90-something% membership fully paid. In your own province, only about half of them have paid their membership. So I believe that you should take this as an opportunity to tell them to pay for their membership. I will go to Ishan. Then if you report bad that you have paid for your membership, then we will come. So if you don't pay for your party card, they will not come. They will tell you are not ready yet. So then you pay for your party card, then you take the money and send it to the headquarters of the party. Then they will now send some back for you to run Do you get the point I'm making? So, unless we go back to that, or as close to that as possible, we cannot get politics right, because the people want money, and those who have money want power. They don't know what to do with it, but they believe it's a lucrative business. I spent 1 billion within 1 week of getting to government, I still 20 billion. Why would I argue? So this is what we need to change. That's the mindset. You change it, you will see. That was why it was possible in northern region for somebody who is selling tea in the market to run an election and defeat a sitting minister in northern region, because he doesn't need anything. He only needs to be told, we are supporting you. Come. He comes out. He talks. We already know you. They vote for him. So if you go now and tell anybody, however talented you are in Nigeria, you tell anybody, I'm running for governor of my state, what's the most likely question you get? You say, where is the money? Do you have the money? That's where the problem comes from.
Mr. James.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
I've been listening attentively.
You have a question. Your turn.
Yes, yes. Let me just ask a question. Though I have two questions in mind, I will only ask one because he has spent almost 3
No, go
hours
ahead.
with us. Yeah.
Right.
Let me just ask one. Let's deviate a little bit from this political issues. If we look at Europeans, the way they organize themselves, I'm not saying we should follow their route, but I'm just citing that as an example. The way they organize themselves, I've realized that the present principles they are using to govern themselves were formulated by ancient philosophers,
Yes.
like David Hume, Machiavelli, what's this man's name? Rousseau, René Descartes, Adam Smith, Soren Kierkegaard, and so many others. I got this belief because if you look at the problem of terrorism today, which the West is grappling with strenuously, none of the ancient philosophers mentioned it in their philosophies. None. Be it what they call Adam Smith, Machiavelli, or whatever it is. It is the principles they propounded centuries ago that they are using to solve their problems now. They are finding solutions to the problem of terrorism, which means that European societies are knowledge-based. They respect people with knowledge. Now, let's come home to Nigeria. Unfortunately, our universities, which I've been complaining strenuously about, they are living way below expectations. In one of your appearances on this platform some time ago, I told you that I find it very disappointing that Nigerian professors, they are returning officers during elections. It's very demeaning, dehumanizing, because here in the Gambia where I live, the work of returning officers is meant for high school dropouts, like students who could not complete Gambia High School, St. Augustine High School, Muslim High School. They failed their school certificate exams. These are the people they use as returning officers. A Gambian professor who makes himself a returning officer, the society will see him as a madman. Now, not long ago, I sent a book to Mr. Ovie, Penguin History of Latin America. If you look at the way the people in Latin America have become, organizing themselves, they've gone through these problems we are passing through now. They reverted to it at various times, they left it, and they've been in and out of these problems. Whenever they run into these problems, they always fall back on their educated people in these societies. And it's also been confirmed by Cambridge History of Latin America, which I'm reading right now. Now, in the case of Nigeria, our universities have failed us catastrophically. I remember those days when maybe you know a man called Professor Nuruddin Alao, one-time Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. He taught me analytic geography and other courses at Lagos. Now, I remember those days. These were men who were principled to the core. If you make Alao the INEC chairman or director, whatever they call him, it's very likely Alao will refuse. He will tell you, I've got serious things to do at the university. Not to talk of stealing money or running after women. No, I can vouch for Alao. Alao is as straightforward as Nelson Mandela. Now, what has gone wrong? And in your opinion, okay, should you become president of Nigeria, what do you think you can do to address this problem? Because to get out of this mess, the Nigerian intellectuals must play a role. We have a lot of professors of sociology, political science, international relations, geography, and what have you. They are unable to solve their own personal problem, let alone national problem. What has gone wrong with our intellectuals? That is the question, sir.
The first mistake, and I had an argument with my uncle, Frederick Faseun. I had an argument with him in 1994. He had a friend who was a professor, and he called him an intellectual, and I disagree with him, and we argued that vehemently. I told him that, no. A Fuji musician in Mushin that I'm listening to may be more intellectual than that your friend who's a professor. So academia and intellectualism are not the same. Academia and intellectualism are not the same. And I'm glad that you mentioned ancient philosophers, even though some of those who mention are not ancient philosophers. They're not like Aristotle and all of that. They are just, maybe most of them are 19th century philosophers. Industrial age, they are industrial age philosophers.
You're correct.
Yes. Now, so what you will see is that you can be in the university based on the same principle as where somebody is in politics. Professor is like a title. It's another thing they aspire to. Because it's a thing to claim something. That's why you have so many professors and there are no even books. You can have a whole faculty and you have professors. Not all professors will be authors. Maybe some will just write some articles, but some are supposed to be authors. Because there are three things you divide yourself in the university. You have those who are teaching professors. They're professors, but they're focused on teaching their students. There are some professors that are research professors. They will teach less because they have series of research that they are doing. And there are some professors, they are professors for community service. You find people like Koliko Rason.
You are correct.
Yeah, so they will tell they're professors for community service. So now you're talking about professor. There's degradation. Who are the professors you're talking about? Are you saying that Chike Obi is the same rank as the people who are called themselves professors now? So it's the same thing that happens. Professor is like senator, like general, like whatever. That's why you have, look at the Nigerian army. They'll just tell you one day, they retire 38 major generals. Eh? You have 38 major generals and they can't go to their hometown. None of them can go to their hometown. The way they retire them, they go and buy, they go and use the money to go and buy houses in Guarimpa and somewhere and stay. You see that, general, well, you are doing your daughter's wedding. You say, yes, my area is not safe. So I'm doing Abuja here. So you see that's the general. So this is the problem across. And Fela solved that problem for us. This question you're asking me, Fela answered it. That who is the teacher of government, culture and tradition? So your politics is a subset of your sociology and anthropology. Europeans went through the dark ages. Europeans were worse than us in the past. But they went through the dark ages, they saw the Black Death, they did all the crusade, they did everything. They realized that life will only be short, nasty, and brutish. What saved Europe was the discovery of the New World, both in the Americas and in Africa. That's what saved the Europeans from poverty. You know the history of the Irish. They lost substantial population in some areas. One third of the community would die of starvation. So they've understood this. And they've understood that, look, let us learn mathematics from the Orient. Learn business from the Orient. Let's learn so many things. So their philosophers were not just thinking about European thoughts. They were secretizing what they hear going on in other parts of the world. Anything that worked somewhere, they will go and learn it. That's intellectualism. And they will debate. They will discover it. And when Alexander the Great even would travel, he would travel with philosopher, engineer, warrior. So anywhere they go to, they will adopt part of their culture there. They will learn from it. What is happening in our own situation is that we have no intellectuals. We are in the what we call the if you study pediatric psychology, we are in what we call the oral age. There's a period they call the oral age. Every child goes through that oral age. How do you know when a child has reached the oral age? When they start teething. So everything they see, they'll put in the mouth. And that's why you take away dangerous thing from them. Anything the child grabs, you know automatically, you put it in the mouth. Nigerian politicians, Nigerian leaders, Nigerian intellectuals, so-called, they're all in the oral age. Man must chop, man must work. So that is what they know. That was, you remember that? Let me refresh your memory about that exchange in the year 2000. The exchange between late SM Afolabi and late Bola Ige. When Bola Ige joined Obasanjo's government, and they were having some policy disagreements, SM Afolabi said Bola Ige is a person who was invited to come and chop. Now he wants to hold the hand of the owner. So Bola Ige answered him that you see government has come and chop. Me, I came to work. So they believe that you should settle. That is, even when they formed the government and they were talking about, will you come and work for us, take the ministry you want, whatever. It's from the point of view of it's not from the point of view of recruiting talent. It was a point of view of let us compensate and accommodate. So generally speaking, in our society, materialism is what we are now practicing. Everybody is looking for where to grab something. And that is where the problem is. So you would see that people who dedicated their lives to public service in Nigeria were people who were trained under the European philosophy. And if you want to study the history of Nigeria, study the life of Asholari, for example. You know, Asholari would have been the first fighter pilot in Nigeria. First Nigerian fighter pilot. He was a British pilot, but I think he had an eye problem or one medical challenge. That was why he wasn't made the first black, first Nigerian in Britain who in the Royal Air Force. So Choi Fry was very competent aviator. And he came to Nigeria, he saw that the whole system was broken down. And he was to teach at Molusu College. And he saw that the philosophy for teaching at Molusu College was just wrong. They were trying to produce Nigerians who would be big men, who did not know the concept of service. So he left and created Mayfair College. Look at uh, look at the statement made by Chike Obi when he retired as a emeritus professor of medicine. When he go back to Onitsha, he made a statement. He said, I left Onitsha as a young man on foot. I returned to Onitsha as a retired public serviceman on foot. Because Chike Obi did not have a car. By the time he was a young man living on Onitsha. And with all his brain and the contribution to mathematics and the teaching of mathematics in Nigeria, he returned to Onitsha. He had no car, no house, no nothing. So you see that these people could not be influenced by materialism, and they didn't care. So talk of Kami Shola Oshobu, talk of people like Justice Shomolu, and so many other people. So Nigeria was not short of them.
Ambrose Ali.
Look at Ambrose Ali. Look at Aparaku. Look at so many. So that generation they wanted to serve. So this generation we have now, they're not interested. They're in the oral age. So this is the problem that I have. And it's a matter of philosophy. Because look at today. I'm not in government. People talk to me about Nigeria. Why are you bothering yourself? But when Zeke was 50 years old, that was one of the reasons why I ran for president. When Zeke was 50 years old, his associates, everybody gathered together and did a birthday for him. And if you read the comments, West Africa pilots, daily service, all these people, what did they refer to Zeke? Grand old man. GOM. They started calling Zeke grand old man because he was 50 years old. They started calling him grand old man. And Zeke went to university in America, up to his master's degree, worked as a newspaper publisher in Ghana, publisher in Nigeria, did everything. When I was 50, I had more money than Zeke had at 60. Even though Zeke became governor general, became president, became everything. I had more money than Zeke. If you read Mandela's estate, you know there's a little controversy about Mandela's estate now. I have more money than Mandela. In fact, when Mandela died, I had more money at the age of 35 than Mandela had when he died. More money than Martin Luther King. So you don't need all the money in the world to change the world. And many of the people who are chasing after money today and everything, they have more than enough already. It's just poverty of mentality. So if this professor that you see, you are talking about them being returning officers. You're not talking about people who are collecting money to give admission. They collect money to make students pass. When there are visitation panels, when then you see set up visitation panel for them to go and visit and accredit courses, they contribute money in the faculty to welcome their colleagues who are coming to do accreditation. Because if you don't give them a good hotel, good food, and transport, they will write bad report against you and finish your course. There was a university, first generation university, that they canceled their law program. I spoke to the dean. What happened? He said, what are you talking about? We have more than any other. They said we didn't give them money, and they didn't accredit us. They said, okay, we can't give you money, forget it. So you are talking of when they are now coming to be returning officers. They are putting themselves there as returning officers so that they can collect money. Are you not hearing of judges? Judges, if you read the case of Ono Hanokafo, Supreme Court, under Fatai Williams, Oputa, Obaseki, Kayode Sean and Co. He recommended that courts should run away from political cases. That's how they threw away the case of Ono Hanokafo. Now, some judges lobby to be posted to election tribunals. So it is a general malaise. It doesn't just reflect only in the politics. So even young people who are influencers, they collect money to work for politicians. You hire them, you pay them regularly, they'll be tweeting on your behalf. They don't tweet what they believe. They tweet what is paid for. So in INEC, they sold the election, the political party sold the election, the media sold the election. Security men, they do what whoever pays them to do. They're not going to monitor election so that nothing goes wrong. They go there to make money. So election has been commercialized and mercantilized and buccanized. So that is where the problem lies. And it starts from various sectors of the country. That's what is happening. So those people you see as professors are not there as a product of intellectualism. Very few of them. You will see that if you want to get good, this is how I select good lecturers when I'm trying my best to do anything academic. I'll find out those who are readers or associate professor for too long who have not been promoted. When you go there, you see those are the people who don't have godfather who are just doing their intellectual work. Go to the army. I was just talking to one general just now. We're chatting. What is in it? So that is every sector has that problem. Same thing with my profession. Who are the people who become judges? Who get promoted as judges? Who go up there? You will still be in high court. Your person joined after you is already in Supreme Court. And if you look at their track record, political cases, political cases, political cases. So everybody is trying to rig the system. And it starts from what we consider to be of value. So even me, I try as much as possible, even though now I've changed my mind, but I try as much as possible to live a very modest life, below 1% of my means. So just to communicate to people that, look, money is not important. But my friend, some of my friends have died recently. I say, oh, what is the point? You just enjoy your life and anytime you can go. But the idea is to live, you know what Aristotle called the golden mean. You want to live a life of the golden mean. You don't eat all the food for your stomach to be full. You don't wear flamboyant dresses. You don't. Everything must be in the middle. As if one of the prayers, don't let me be too poor, and don't let me be too rich. So if you see many people who are wealthy, like Adewole and so many of them, they live like the way they would live if they were just public servants. Because Adewole was a very wealthy man, was a billionaire. But because he was always a public man, looking for public office, he made sure that he lived in a way where you would not, any other person, permanent secretary, director, doctor can live the way he will live. If you go to his house at Okebola, or go to his house in Ikene, or go to his house in Park Lane, look at all of them. They will do something modest, not because they couldn't afford it, but because they were always in public eye. They didn't want to give a wrong impression that there's money in politics. But they were individually wealthy, independently wealthy. So I started living that way, that, okay, just do what is modest. Don't overdo things. If you have expensive cars, don't ride them. Because how can I go around? I remember my first campaign in Delta. I went in a Rolls Royce. We were going to rural communities. We came back, I was reviewing the tape. We were laughing. We are idiots. You are going to a community that has no water, no. You are going to them discussing, and we're going in Rolls Royce. So I was talking with Kenneth Gbagi. I said, what can we do? I said, we're debating it. Then we stop. Then later, some journalists told me, where are those? When you started well. You used to drive Rolls Royce. Now you just go in this small car. I mean, Nigeria need to see that you have money to have confidence. So they are confused. So the long and short of it is that there ought to be a governing philosophy. And if you look at Ethiopia and Eritrea, I want Nigerians to study. Because clearly, there's nothing we can do now. Ethiopia is bound to overtake Nigeria. There's nothing we can do about it. In the next 15 years, Ethiopia will be far ahead of Nigeria. If we start working hard now, and we work very hard for the next, say, 10 years, we have like 2 presidents with the head correct. 2 presidents who spend 4 years or 8 years, but they are correct. We can be equal to Ethiopia. But if we continue with this tunubulistic approach, Ethiopia is the next place Nigerians will be going to learn Amharic and to work for them. Because Ethiopia is far, far ahead of us now. So, and if you study the ethics of that country, you will see that even from their church and belief system to the way they work in government, you cannot take a public job in Ethiopia and walk away. It's never done. If they pick you as a young man and you join Ethiopian Airlines, you are going to retire there. You cannot go to LaGuardia Airport in New York and meet, or JFK or Heathrow in London, and meet an Ethiopian airline pilot and say, I'm from Lufthansa, come and work for me. He will just laugh at you and walk away. It's not possible. It's a lifetime employment. And I remember, I won't talk too much about it because I didn't work in professional capacity. Some African airlines, during the time of unstable fuel price, they did oil futures. So I wrote some for some airlines, and in the process of that, I saw that of Ethiopia. Ethiopia was one country, there's a country next to them, not too far from them, that the MD of their airline made at least over $30 million for himself from that oil futures. But in Ethiopia, they did it successfully. Nobody there was even interested in, nobody made $1. And between 2009 and 2011, I was an advisor in Morocco on some programs being done for the pink there. And I discovered something, that Moroccan civil servants, they don't like to award contracts. Because we're doing that project, they were giving us 2,000 for the palace, they were assisting us. Then, when the program was full, we needed to hire contractors. No Moroccan civil servant was interested to serve on our tenders board, procurement committee. So we couldn't procure most services. So we started looking for them. They will send them, they will come, they'll say, what do you need? To award contract. No, I don't have to do contract, I don't want headache. They went away. You call another person, oh, no, I thought you needed help. No, we want people, they look at the contract, $1 million, 1 million euros. They say, no, I don't want to award contract, I don't do it. They walk away. I started thinking that if it's my country, the one who has retired from service, who is in the hospital, will jump to say, give it to me, let me award it. So you see the ethical differential. That's what I'm letting people know. Unless you have this ethical differential, it's not only in politics that you're going to see the manifestation of your problem. It's just that politics exaggerates it. But it's been there for some time, and we need to address that. And that is the question that Nigerians think that money is God. And if we want to address that, there are two ways we can go about it. We have to make sure that you don't have to be rich to be comfortable. You don't have to have a lot of money to be comfortable. So, which means that the policies of Tinubu now and all of that is dangerous for to the ethics of Nigerians, because if I need money to switch on generator so that my children can read for their exam, then you are worshiping, you are making me worship money. I work in the same office as this person, and there's total blackout. He can go and take 50,000 naira and buy diesel, and my children will have to leave my house to go to his house to go and read for exam, because I can't afford to even buy a generator to come of diesel. So, so all these factor costs that are rising, your child wants to go to a school, they can't go because the public school is ruined. So we need to address that and at the same time address the issue of ethics. That's how I see it.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Please, if I may ask, do you know anything about the whereabouts of Professor Nuruddin Alao?
No, I've not. Last time I saw him was when he was retiring. I
Oh,
hope
I
he's
see.
in good health. I can find out, because he was a man of one of the. Look at his colleague. One day, Abibola, remember one day?
Yes.
One day was asked by his community to become a senator. He did not spend any money, anything, he became a senator. He did not buy a car. He will not fly to Abuja. He will go to his constituency, spend the weekend. Then, when it's time to resume in the Senate, he will go to the water park and enter the bus. And go and read he gave interview about how people were laughing at him. In fact, it was in one of the buses going to Abuja as a senator. There are some people in the bus, they didn't know he was sitting at the back. They said, look at this useless man who's our senator. He's hopping taxi up and down. He did not bring any benefit to this community. He did not give us money. Man is as wretched as anything. He was sitting at the back. He waited for them to finish. He said, excuse me, I am here, the wretched senator. So, you know, so he was professor of languages, professor of Yoruba. He was vice chancellor of the university. He became senator. He still has no money. I didn't look for money. He lived on his salary only. So there are many people like that.
Yeah, there
Go
were
to the
very
army.
many. There
There
were
are
very
many
many.
generals who don't hear their name. As you go around the service, there are still many Nigerians who are in service. They just pack them to one corner. They're just there doing the best they can do. So it's like that.
Anyway, thank you so much
Thank you.
indeed.
I don't know how many more hours can we see get? Or
Yeah, let's do
Prince,
2 hours and we can go. Or when you are
you
tired,
said
we
two
can
more
go.
hours.
Or 1 hour. If it's good to frighten people, let's do.
Okay. Next question, Jonaba. Before you ask your question, there's two questions online. One was about because before you came on, I was showing telling them about a shuttle bus in Ondo, and somebody asked a question that 1 year gone. How is the maintenance of those? How is the maintenance of that? That's one.
No.
Then
Let me get that question
ministry
again,
people
please.
said, "What is your take on the Samoa agreement, especially the human?" About your bus, your shuttle buses, the bus that you provide, the free buses that you provide in Ondo. So somebody asked that 1 year on, how is the maintenance culture? Are the vehicles still being maintained, or the Nigerian
No.
Not taking over then. Just curious, she wants to know. Then
Okay,
the
it's a
minister who is
social
asking
experiment.
question regarding the Samoa agreement. Say,
You
they say,
understand?
what is your take on the Samoa agreement, especially the human rights component of the agreement?
Okay. First and foremost, let's start the bus. The buses that I launch, it's a social
Yeah.
experiment. Is to let people know that it's doable. Because this is what the local government is supposed to be doing, and maybe state government, to provide public social transportation. It's done all over the world. Even in New York, as terrible as things are, as capitalist as America is, major cities you have buses. London, the city of money, you have transport for London is carrying people, and the buses are working. They are okay. In fact, the next thing we are doing now is that we are changing by next year. We will scrap these buses and bring electric buses. We're bringing electric buses because we spend we spend a lot of money on diesel and maintenance. We don't mind, but if you look at the sustainability of it, with Tinubu and his terrible policies, we realize that we need to change the buses to electric buses. So we are working. We are trying to procure the electric buses now, so that we can minimize costs. So can also be net neutral. With respect to the Samoa agreement, I don't have any commentary with it because I've always believed that our economic policies should be homegrown. And if you are going outside to collect money, these monies come with conditionality. And if the person who is giving you the loan or the facility is putting condition, well, you have to take as much of the condition as you can take. That is why it is better to exhaust and exploit the opportunities you have at home. That's all I can say.
Did anybody ask any question regarding the buses? Or
Yes,
general question?
I answered. I provided an answer about the buses before he came on board. He has donated the buses to an authority. It is not his responsibility to maintain the buses. It is the responsibility of the recipient to look after the buses. He has done what Napoleon could not do for France, considering the problems we are grappling with in the country.
Okay,
So
let me, James, let me give you additional information.
we're asking for too much
No,
by telling
James,
him to provide buses and also look after the buses. What is
James,
the government? No, I'm sorry, Prince. I
no,
know.
let me give you information. I shouldn't interrupt you. What we have really have done is that we have given them the buses. We're also paying the driver. We're also fueling the buses. We're also fixing the buses. That's what we are doing.
You see, the
Because
problem is this. When we don't have water, government will say, go and drill your borehole. We don't have electricity, go and buy, what's it called, a generator. The hospitals are bad, go to private hospitals. The schools are bad, go to private schools. The roads are dirty, government will use horse whip on you and me to clean government street. What
yes,
exactly is government doing for the people of Nigeria?
nothing other than pain
No,
and
it is
headache.
their responsibility to fix the buses. If they cannot fix it, they should leave the office.
That's what I'm saying to you, that we are the one maintaining the buses. We are the one fueling the buses. We are the one paying the driver. We are the one replacing the tires. We are the one doing it. So the cost of the bus is about 25% of the cost of maintenance and fueling. So what we're doing now is we will now we calculated it, and we now buying electric buses, so that because we're buying buses that can walk 320 kilometers on one full charge. So I will just take them to my compound, charge them, and then bring them out. They work, so we cut the cost. But if you had given it out, one fault, one thing to repair, the whole thing will down, and they will say, "You see, it's a fake promise." So we try to run it for some time, hoping that after a while We will now teach them and see how they can manage. But in spite of all of the problem that goes with it, there are some students now who are graduating. Recently, it was sent to me a beautiful gift by a student who wrote a very beautiful letter that where he was living and the school that he was admitted to, many times he would not go to school. That it was only when the buses started coming out that he was having full attendance. And if you listen to the school principals and the teachers, they will tell you that truancy in their school had reduced by 90%. Truancy had reduced.
That
So
was
imagine.
how. Oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
That was how Awolowo rescued us from illiteracy. If not
Just
for
to show
Awolowo,
people that it can be
if
done.
not for Awolowo, maybe I would have been a taxi driver in Benin City now.
You might end up, you'll have been a member of APC, maybe a senator.
You know,
We don't get taxi. We don't get taxis to your name.
You know,
Yes.
when I was in South Africa, there were some white people giving blankets to
Yes.
street kids during winter
Yes.
to sleep in the streets.
Yes.
Mandela
Yes.
was very angry with the white people. They asked Mandela why, but they are helping the people. He said, no, you are making the streets comfortable for the street kids. They should go to
Yes.
where they provided them to stay. These are
Yes.
trans. Good.
Yes.
Now, by helping
Because
government,
the government of Mandela had a program.
yes.
So he has the right to say, I will provide shelter for them. Let them go there.
Right.
And I think, imagine what we've done if the local government started giving them some food in school. And the state government started doing. So occasionally now I see, because when we started, I noticed that the state government now started bringing some of their own buses out too. But their own buses are not consistent. They will come, sometimes they disappear for a whole month, then they surface again. So, and we want to do more across the country. And there are so many things we are doing. In fact, one of the things I'm doing now, we're doing nationwide in the next 2 years, is to give people ability to solve their nutrition locally. Because one of the crises Nigeria is going to face is that there's going to be failure of agriculture and food poverty will increase. So we are doing the research now. I have a few professors. We are doing research now, going around different parts of the country to now let people know that you can actually grow your own food. Because I have been growing my own food for a long time. I think I've been growing my own food now for the past 15 years. So I believe one of these days when you come to Nigeria, you come to my compound, you will see how I've been growing my own food, and I have my own other farms. So I want to now start going around Nigeria to start to let people know that you can actually grow some food. I'm not saying that that is a permanent solution, but to not let yourself become too dejected, because food is becoming a weapon now. Food, there's hardly anything that you cannot get in Nigerian communities if you go there with food. Government even knows. Government even taunts people with food. They will just send people to say, we are bringing food, Tinubu rice is coming, Tinubu yam is coming. And then people will start behaving themselves. Don't criticize government, don't misbehave, wait for their... And when it comes, you have what happened in Osun State, where the governor fired his assistant because assistant diverted, 50 or 70 bag of rice. So you think that's how Bola Ige will have solved food problem in old Oyo State? So there's nothing systemic anymore or systematic. It's just a joke.
Yeah,
so
but we need to take, John Abba, I'm sorry, we need to take our governments to task by doing what they are supposed to do, by doing it for them. We are making them to be lazier and more wicked to the people of Nigeria. If their policies cannot solve the problems of the country, they should be voted out. They should be flushed out of government. This is my opinion. Because we are tired of saying we are tired of the Nigerian ruling class. The same class of people who have been mismanaging our independence are the same people taking us to hell instead of promised land. Anyway, we thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
Prince,
Yes, sir.
once again, thank you for the opportunity you give it to the people of Ondo State by providing them that buses that is rolling on the street to move people around, especially those students. Um, do you plan to run for governor of Ondo State or any political position in Ondo State in the future?
No, no, I don't. I
Okay.
don't.
A second question is that if you have opportunity to run under any other party apart from the SDP, right? You run under SDP as a presidential candidate under SDP. If you have opportunity to run under any other party, will you do so in order to help your candidacy?
No, if I change, I don't see myself changing party. But if I change the party, it won't be because of my candidacy. It will be because we broaden the coalition. Nothing should be done just to help your candidacy because that will make you a second article. Who is going from place to place looking for how to better his candidacy. At the end of the day, you don't better anything. I think what is more likely is that what the mission we started in 2021. We started that mission in 2021 to try to get the opposition parties to form a grand coalition. And that was what I did. I spent even more time and resources trying to bring the opposition parties together than I spent on my candidature. In fact, SDP at the time, they were fed up with me. Now, what's your problem? You want to be president or you want to gather crowd? Because I knew that if we got divided, because I knew that PDP and APC, they are brothers. They're not telling people, but they are very close. They are extremely close. Or you can see in National Assembly now that you can see the way they are behaving. They are very close. There's no division between the two of them. And I knew that they also had a reserve bench, a very rich reserve bench. What you need to understand about Nigerian politics, in addition to what you know, is that as you are fighting those who are in government, remember that they have a reserve bench. It's like a football team. That you are thinking, oh, if I break the leg of this, their striker, they have Ronaldo or Messi on the reserve bench. They will even bring a person bigger than the one you tackled. So the reserve bench for bad politics is very heavy in Nigeria. Those who are at home, elsewhere, who are just waiting to take their turn. So even before you start attacking Tinubu, they will be the first to attack you. Because they are taking turn, they are waiting for, now they are waiting for Tinubu to change ministers. There are people already with their CV waiting. Another set that will come and do their own. So it's not that simple. So I told to the people in opposition, look, if you want to succeed, you have to come together. And that was what I went around the country. We had dozens of meetings. If you notice on my 50th birthday, you will see newspaper adverts where the chairman of 14 political parties signed a letter of gratitude that I was coordinating the opposition. But what killed us was that Obasanjo is a genius. Because Obasanjo is the father of establishment politics. And when he saw the way we were moving, he started giving radical messaging that if we don't do something about the young people, Nigeria will be worse than Arab Spring. So and so. He started coaching some of the people who are so-called intellectuals in our camp. So they started reporting to him, started talking to them that, look, I understand what you guys want to do. You want to form opposition. Don't do that. I will destroy the establishment politics for you and give you a candidate. So people started having divided loyalty and everything. That's where, so at the time it was to be Akinwumi Adesina of Africa Development Bank. That one, common sense prevailed on him, he didn't come. Then it was supposed to be Saraki. They will push Saraki to defeat Atiku, and then all of them will go and work for Saraki. It didn't work. Then they went and got Peter Obi, and then from that moment, the opposition energy, substantial energy went that way. So the rest, we just do whatever we like. Then when it wasn't going to work, then I went to face SDP alone. And then we did it. All of us came back empty-handed. So now, if we are going to do it right, we need to form a coalition and not wait for easy wins. People who are part of the establishment, we ask them, go and tackle yourself. Go and compete among yourself in the position, in the establishment politics. Go and fight among yourself and bring one person. Let those who are in opposition, who believe in new politics, let us bring somebody out from our side. So it will be opposition here, because Tinubu now has two political parties, two broad political parties. Tinubu is controlling APC, is controlling PDP. So, as the election is coming, he will probably release, better put a candidate in PDP that he will influence and put there, and then they will come together, and then the failed selection do a second time, and that's it. Or PDP will break. There's opposition, the new politics. If you are looking beyond election day, because election day is for the politicians, the day after is for the people. You see the picture? Kestama and his wife standing in front of number 10 Downing Street, taking photos. That day is for their glory. But from today, you have to serve the people. So if you are going to follow anybody into politics, you have to ask yourself, are we looking for that day of election when we clap, hey, we have won? No? We are looking for the day when we start serving the people. So I always look beyond. If you bring somebody and say, work together with this person, I always ask myself, if we win the election, will this person serve the people? No, he won't. So I will not get anything. So I won't join. I always look beyond that. It's not about who can win. It's about when you win, what happens to the people? Are you going to now actually work for them? Because working for the people is very hard. Working for yourself is easy. And that's why those who are in government, they don't do anything. They use majority of their energy and resources to get the position. Once they get it, they start relaxing. The position will be taking care of them. And if you are going to work for the people, it's different. So that is what's going to drive where I go. So I'm talking to people, I'm talking around. If there's anybody who believes that you can do it, then we work together. And then the issue of party can be sorted out at that time. But if it's just establishment politics, yeah, this person is likely to be the president. No, I won't do. I won't do it. Because if when you become president, I get nothing. People are not able to help solve the problem of the people. So that's what drives me.
My follow-up question as we wait for Obi to join us. What and I know you have explained the mentality of the people and so on and so forth. But what do you think of 2027? The outcome will be without this structure on ground to be a full opposition since APC and PDP on the same bed.
It is better, you see, there was a time in this country, in Nigeria, that country, where there was nobody, no single person who could speak English. There was a time there was no single Christian in Nigeria. There was a time there was no single Muslim in Nigeria. Some people came and evangelized. So we have to go out and talk to our people. Our people are not difficult to influence if the message is consistent. You will find a Nigerian who was born a Muslim. One day he will become a Christian. He will even be more Christian than the one who was born there. You see some people who are born Christians, they will turn to Muslim, and they will completely turn to, they will be complete Muslim. So you see a Nigerian who never went to school, and then they put him in school. He will not even speak his native language anymore. He'll be speaking only English. You will see somebody, no, it's like that. Our people are easily, they're not difficult to influence. It's just that there's not enough investment in it. Because in politics, you come out very close to the election time to say, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. So what we are trying to do now is to try to talk to the people before the election time to break down what is wrong, what is to be done. I think if we do that, we will build grassroots structure. The people, young people on social media, they are easily distracted, but we'll keep at it as well. I know the media is also working with the establishment to make sure they don't project anybody who is in opposition politics. Because Nigerian bankers are linked to Nigerian journalists, to Nigerian politicians, to Nigerian business people, to Nigerian media owners. So there's this elite circle that they don't want to take risks. They don't want any radical change. They want some improvement. They want electricity to be better. They want some potholes to be removed from the street. But they don't want any radical change. They don't want any of the privileges they are getting in a broken down Nigeria to be taken from them. So they don't want that. They want to be able to write a note for somebody to the villa. The person gets a job and things like that. So those people are banded together. And anywhere they find themselves, they will they will oppose anybody who is trying to change the politics. If you see the amount of uh, insult, ingratitude, and unsolicited attacks that Sowore has gotten, despite all his efforts, risking his life, doing everything for people, right from the time he was a young boy, young student, criticizing him, all of that is just to make sure that Nigeria does not have any radical politics. But we have to do the other side of it, which is to talk to the people, to explain to them that the problem you have with Tinubu is not because he's Yoruba. You have the same problem with Tinubu, and you have the same problem with Atiku, you have the same problem with Obi, you have problem with anybody who joins that kind of politics. That they are working for a system. So the problem you have with Tinubu is not because he's a Muslim. Even if you put a bishop there, you will have the same problem. Because this is the kind of thing they represent. And that you need to own your politics. So if we do that, you know, go around and people respond to that, I think our politics will change. Because what helps a country is that the elections must decide certain questions. And in this country, our elections don't decide anything. It just coronates the status quo. We don't use the election to settle any issue. So we use June 12 to settle the issue of whether military should stay or military should go. That election was decisive. And just okay, Abiola is not perfect. Yeah, so far is not perfect, but you must go. You go and vote. So you must use, I will use 1999 election to say, okay, military, you say you are going, you must go. So an election must be used to solve an issue. Since that time, our elections are just routine. So we're trying to now use the election now to solve this coming election to solve the debate, to answer the question. Are the people of Nigeria going to chase away this elite who have no talent, who have no ambition, rather than for themselves, who have no vision? We need to get rid of them, once and for all.
Thank you. Thank you. I joined because I know you are a man of intellectual and your heart as a young man. Looking forward to see you soon in Nigeria, and we'll see for the next campaign season, whatever anyone can do to make sure that Nigerian change for the better. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And I also let you know that very soon we'll do a tour of the diaspora. We are planning that to do a tour of the US, tour of Canada, a tour of Europe, Asia, different places where we have the diaspora to also go and talk to people. Because we noticed that by the time you are talking to the diaspora, they already be approached along certain lines. So by the time you are in London and the Yoruba people in London talk to you about supporting one candidate or the other, you're already going along that line. By the time you go to California and you go to Abriba town, Abriba town union meeting, and that's where they discuss the politics. It's difficult to, to later intersect because people are still organized along the line of how we organized before. So we need now, we want to go around and start reaching our different groups of diaspora along the line of ideology.
No problem. Anytime if you decide I reside in Texas, and if any opportunity around, we will do what we can do to make sure that the right message is passed on and let the Nigerian people hear very well and make their choice. And then I know the importance of it is to make sure before people take a side, they hear from you, because when they take a side for any reason, it's difficult to change otherwise. But whenever it's time for you to come to US, it doesn't necessarily has to be in Texas. We will try to, if you are not coming to this area, we can
No, we
come
must go
to
to
that.
Texas now because Texas is the largest community of Nigeria outside Nigeria. I mean, in the
Yes,
US.
yes,
So there's
that's
no
true.
way. Yes.
You are very familiar with geopolitics all over, so you know that Texas is one of those places we come. And if you are coming anytime, get in touch so we can keep the fire burning. Appreciate you, and that's why I joined the show, to make sure I have the opportunity to talk to you, and thank you also for all you do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince.
Yeah, please kindly let me find out something, sir, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, this gentleman, Mr. Showore, frankly speaking, I
Yes.
don't know much of him, although we both read geography at the University of Lagos under Professor Alao. I had already passed through before he came in. We are both
Yes.
geographers. Yeah, he seemed to be a well-organized man. He has an in-depth knowledge of the predicament we are grappling with. You politicians, you understand yourselves better than we understand you. From your analysis, I can see why you cannot work with Peter Obi. From your analysis, you seem to be incompatible. But I do not know much, actually, of Mr. Showore, frankly speaking. He's a
Okay,
well-organized man.
let me just answer the question.
I follow him on his, what's it called, WhatsApp page.
Yes.
He's a well-organized gentleman. There's no doubt about that. And if he were corrupt, they would have exposed him criminally by now. Yes. So I think his hands are clean. But I just want to
Okay,
know
let
your
me just say
opinion.
something clearly. If you put me and Peter Obi in a church council, I can work with him. If you set up a scholarship board and put two of us, I can work with him. I like him. I have no problem with him. And the relationship is cordial and is respectful. But I have members of my family that I cannot work with in politics because of what they believe. So it's an ideological issue. That was why Shehu Musa Yaradua and Umaru Yaradua, they could not work together, even though they were brothers. That was why Afan Ikoku and GS Ikoku, even though father and son, they couldn't work together. That was why my mother's father and my mother's mother, my grandfather and grandmother, they couldn't work together politically. Because one was in NCNC, one was in Action Group, and they couldn't work together. So that is politics. I believe that Peter Obi believes in the economic blueprint of the World
No,
Bank.
I mean, Mr. Showore.
I'm laying
Okay,
foundation.
okay.
So for that reason, I have a list of people who belong there. I know people like Kwakwaso and Co. who work for anybody, but they don't believe in this Bretton Woods nonsense. They don't believe in it. But if you give them a job in government and say, be a minister of defense, be something, they will do their work. But immediately they have freedom, they will not believe in it. But Peter Obi is under the tutelage of those who believe in it, who work for them, and is one of the candidates that they shortlisted for it. So I wish him luck. I can work with them. I can work with Tinubu, even if you put appointment and put honey and sugar and salt on top of it. I can't work with him because those ideological divides. So Showore, my respect for Showore is based on the consistency of his militancy and advocacy. In fact, I don't relate with him as a politician. I relate with him at that generation, like Mayegun and so many other people. If you look at them that have, like this gentleman is now a professor. I got his name now. Odion Haine. And so many people like that. So when you look at their background, you have a lot of respect for them, for what they did. The way if you were Unilag, you were already going by the time you was annulled. But if you look at what the military tried to do with them, and if you know Abiola, why he had more respect for Showore than many of the so-called big politicians. So, because of the consistency, something like Frank Okori, there's no way I will not have respect for Frank Okori and something like that. So that's the kind of respect I have. And like Shehu Sani, as a politician, I don't have much to worry to consider. But as an activist, I know he was at the verge of losing his life on so many occasions. If you know what happened to Bagauda Kato, many people don't remember Bagauda Kato.
No, but I
Bagauda
left Nigeria 40 years ago.
Bagauda Kato and Shehu Sani used to operate together. And they were supposed to be bombed to death. And the bomb that Al-Mustafa set up bombed Bagauda Kato to pieces. He was a journalist, one radical journalist. He was bombed to bits. So if you go to Lagos State Government House, you will notice that their press center is named after Bagauda Kato. So many of these activists here, there are some of them that have joined the politics of today and they are being accommodated inside there. But there are those who just went to their quiet dignity that, okay, if Nigeria will not recognize what I've done and they are following all these people we try to see them from, okay, I'll go and sit down in my house. So Showore is still fighting. Doesn't mean that he and I agree on economic policy or we agree on this or that. No, that I have that respect. And if I'm in government, I know areas of government I will say, please, I know you are a patriot and you are not easily fooled by money or anything, and you are fearless. Can you handle this area? You know? So that's kind of person I know, I have respect for. There's so many people like that. Many. It's not only that the people I can work with are more than people I cannot work with.
I see.
For every one person I cannot work with, there are 10 or 20 I can work with. The only problem I have is that people in their search for leadership must make the net wide. You can't say, I want to choose among the ex-governors, ex-senators, ex-this. Nigeria has talent everywhere. Why will you not take somebody who is doing so well in his life and who was okay, you're talking about doing the allowed now. So are you saying that if he's still healthy and all of that, you will not make him a minister of education?
If I were a president, I would like to have. If I were a president, I would like to make him a vice president.
Exactly. So this is Nigeria. The problem in Nigeria now is that you have talent everywhere. Everywhere you go, you meet talent, you meet intelligent people. So why don't you recruit them? And that's why the first question I was asked about Tinubu, whether he has the best mind. I said, yeah, he has the best mind for what he wants to do. There are people he's avoiding like a plague. You know that they are good, but they're not good for what he wants to do. So that is, everybody has an idea of what they want to do. And that is the challenge of leadership. So when you give somebody authority, let him go and choose his team.
Thank you very much. You know, when I was
When
at
you,
university, the lecturer told us that the greatest university in the world is the world itself, not University of Lagos. So it
Yes.
has been very productive spending these 4 hours with you. You opened my mind a great deal. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
uh, thank you for your time, and I'm learning a lot so far. You alluded to, no, you keep using the word we are moving around, mobilizing. You also alluded to the fact that it would take a coming together of several parties, opposition parties, to actually give the ruling party the run for their money. And I can't help but than to hear the voice of a party to me saying the same thing over the past couple of weeks, that they are going around trying to form a mega party and all that. So, are you guys speaking the same purpose, or if it's not, which party are you aligning with at this moment to form that coalition?
Well,
So,
what I understand, what I did not know about um, was supposed to tell me, I know now. Pastor told me he's just doing what Obasanjo asked him to go and do. There's nothing more than that. So there's not doing anything, they're not doing anything independent or anything like that. They'll be going around, going around. Eventually they will go back to Obasanjo and say, Baba, where do we go? And if he has settled his problem with the people he has problem with, he can say, go and work with anybody. Obasanjo is not that difficult a person. If he has no problem with anybody, he can work with the person. So if he goes, it's not Obasanjo's ideology is Nigeria. Beyond that, he has no other ideology in Nigeria. So if you convince him or somebody convinces him, so don't be surprised if in 2026, Obasanjo say, yeah, let Tinubu continue. So because if somebody goes to convince him that Tinubu is the best for Nigeria, this and that, and international friends talk to him, Obasanjo can say, okay, yeah, work for Tinubu. So the past two of them work for Tinubu, there's nothing to do. And Peter Obi will also line up. Because wherever he has them to go, that's where they go. So, which is not a bad thing, but I did not know. So when we have done this thing together before, I thought, oh, these are radical people who wanted to. And if you ask Pat to tell me, I have witnesses. I asked him many times, I told him, if you are running for president, I will not run, I will support you. Do you want to run? He didn't answer. Everywhere he came to visit my house. I took you upstairs to my bedroom. We sat alone. I said, listen, I want to ask you this question because I want to be president. I'm tired of this nonsense. Do you want to be so that I can support you? So people are telling me you're wasting your time. It's not, it can't be anything. It can't even be a counselor unless they tell him to do it. Yeah, so forget about him. Don't waste your time. But I didn't believe. I said, why? This man is highly intelligent. So you're wasting your time. He's not a free agent. He doesn't work for himself. He's on errand. And you're not the one who gave him transport money for the errand. So if they are going around now, I won't join them. Not because I don't like them, but I know that they're not independent actors. They will go and report to their Oga, and the Oga may tell them, this is where we are going now. You all go there. So we are working separate. Everybody's going
and
separately.
again, this is as if the political elites have finalized the agreement of north and south, turn by turn. Somebody like me who is coming from one small village in Edo, I just can't run my head around it. And I know there are millions of others in Nigeria. What is the point, or is this just for them to keep holding on to power, or they really mean what they are telling us out there that, oh, in order for the country to, merge, be peaceful and all that? I mean, what's your take on that?
The politics they are doing is not for you. They are doing the politics of 1966. It's not for you. So all this headache you are having, it's not for you. North, south, east, west. They are doing it's a continuation of a April conference. That conference they have with a champion in Ghana. That conference what they are still continuing. And they have board of
I mean, the
trustees.
Abore Accord.
Yes, that one is what they are still continuing.
Okay.
Their class, I'm familiar with them. I visit them. I talk to them, and I don't have any problem with them. I respect them a lot. How to keep Nigeria together is what Obasanjo is concerned about. Gawan first concerned about. Obasanjo is concerned about. Babangida concerned about. Buhari, all of them. How to keep Nigeria one is their own priority. So if they know that you can keep Nigeria one in their marking scheme, they will score you 70%. Two, if you are going to respect elders, you're not going to ask questions about what happened in the past. They score you another 3 points. That's 90% already. Any other thing you add to it, no problem. They don't want trouble. Simple. So the reason why when we run for election, we go and meet them is to tell them that we too don't want trouble. And we're going to keep the country together. So don't worry about us. But keeping the country together is not the same thing as keeping the country hungry together, homeless together, in darkness together, jobless together. No. So that is what that's the issue. So this politics or rotation, whatever, to settle that issue. They're not looking for rotation among those who keep children in school, rotation among those who keep employment. No. They are saying rotate such a way that no section of the country is angry and want to leave or cause problem. So it's not designed for you and me, for our generation. We have to create our own template for leadership, different from their own.
Hey, Mr. James, you said I know you said you want to leave. You have one question
I'm not,
or
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, but the power will go off very soon. They've announced it.
okay, okay, okay. Now, Prince, I started looking at problems and solutions through the lens of generation and class. Now, you just from what you just said, it's obvious and clear that the older generation, those who fought the Civil War, wrote the Constitution, give us the political party, don't care about every other person from what you are saying. Now, my next step is your class. Now, your class and your generation. You as an individual, you're a very successful man by every reputation. But your generation, I would say they are failed. Frankly, they are failed. But
Failure what
again,
now?
do you guys in holding in keeping these guys in power for 60 years? That's what I mean. Now, another thing again, I said you guys have failed because I see them in killing faces now. The younger generation, the Gen Z and my generation, the new millennial, the energy to actually vote, mobilize, everything is there, and we display it every day. What we are lacking is the economic power and the experience to organize that energy. That is where we look up to you guys, your class and your generation, who have been in the struggle for so long and who are economically more buoyant than the rest of us. Why is it so difficult for you guys to form a bond and come down to our level and organize this our energy, finance it by resources, and let's go to work with these people. If you guys are not just patiently waiting for your turn, because whether the old guys like it or not, they're not going to be with us forever. Is patiently waiting for that worth it, or just looking downward and devote your time resources to get the
Okay,
country off these men who once and for all?
let's put it this way. Number one, my generation is not next to them. So because as at the time we were doing all this struggle, we were still students. So as at the time they were annulling June 12 election, I was still an undergraduate at IFE. Showore was an undergraduate. I was in IFE Student Union. He was in the University of Lagos Student Union. All we could do was to come out and protest. We're undergraduates. So when Obasanjo was being sworn in and all of that, I was just finishing my NYSC. So there was nothing I could do other than come out, do my job, work, settle down, and right from, if you read all the Supreme Court cases, right from Obasanjo's first term, second term, we started going to court, doing whatever we need to do, intervening in the country. So I committed enough of my time in how to get the country, to make the country better. So, and by the time I was 50, I was already running for president. I realized, hey, I need to do something about it. So I'm not the one who kept them in power. I didn't serve as a commissioner in the military government. I wasn't a contractor in the military government. The only interaction between me and military government is to throw stone at them as they're passing. When I was doing YSC in Kogi, Ihe was the governor and the military administrator. That camp did not last 1 week. That 1 month camp did not last 1 week because of the trouble that we caused there. Not because we're looking for trouble. But as I grew up, and so still continue Aluta and all that. As I grew, I realized that there's no leader to do Aluta against. These people are not leaders. They're just hungry people looking for what to eat. We have to set up a new leadership. Throwing stone at them, talking, they are no leaders. They're not leaders who will respond to these things. These are hustlers. That even if we take power now, they'll come and worship us tomorrow. They're just looking for how to survive. So we need to create a new leadership. So if you say, oh, this person was governor for 8 years, this one was a minister before, I don't look at them like leaders. I just look at them, these are hustlers. If I too become president, this one will come and sing my praise. So there's nothing new about him. So we have to now create a leadership now. So, and so that's what we're trying to do. Now, for the millennials, Gen Z, whatever.
Okay, but
what we were doing when we were that age, let them at least do it. So where I was in
no, but
20s.
I think that this is where my question comes in. This is where it's obvious that we like the experience. You guys have gone through stage before. So we are looking up to you guys to use that experience of being in the trenches for that long to come and mobilize this energy that we currently have. Because we don't have the experience that you guys have, even though you can say, okay, you are not the people that are there, but you guys
are not the only people. We understand. We're not the only people asking for your attention. I don't know if you read Lion and the Jewel by Wole Soyinka.
Not really, but I read snippets of it.
So if you read, go and read Lion and the Jewel. That's what is happening now. There's a young man called Lakunle who was trying to woo a young girl, and there was the old man Sadiku, who was the Baale, the chief of the village, who also wanted to take her as maybe fourth or fifth wife. So they were both wooing the girl. So Blackmole would talk about the girl, about the idea of the city, education. He would take her around the world. And the Sadiku wasn't talking much. He would just invite her to the palace. Eventually, the guy went for the old man at the number 7th wife, whatever. I forgot about the academic guy. So what you need to understand is that we are coming with ideas and talking. The older people are showing you World Bank, IMF. I was president before, this and that. So if you see the way the interaction is going, the young people, they are looking at these people as their mentors and who they want to copy. They see. So we're working, we're communicating. So we are communicating. So
Are you
you will
guys
see
doing
that.
enough though? I think that's
Hold
what
on
now.
one
It's like
second.
the old guys
You
are
still
okay.
No, what I'm letting you know is this. The old guys are not working alone. You will find that if you are head of state, you are given banking license to people before, they owe you something. You give people oil well before, they owe you something. When somebody wanted to set up his TV station, you gave him money. Somebody wants to set up a newspaper company, you gave him money. He was your chief spokesperson before. You gave him, even the house is staying in Victoria land. You were the one who gave me a note to governor of Lagos when they gave me the land. So they've done all this network of favors. And so they don't just influence the young people alone. They use their minions and networks to influence the people. So you will see a banker who in another country ought to go to jail for banking fraud. He will be the one sponsoring young people on their activism and everything. That. So they will look at him and say, he's our mentor. And he's sponsoring them. So he's part of the network of this system. So they build that system. So, and we gradually have to interrupt that connection to say, hey guys, I hope you know that the reason why you are jobless is because these people who are still giving money for activism, they are the one, all the money is stolen, they are the one fronting for them. And they are part of the whole network. So it's a conversation. And you know, Nigeria, there are a lot of influences. So pastors are involved in it. Imams are involved in it. So a lot of young people are religious. Some of them, I remember some young people who work passionately for my campaign. Passionately. That I commended them, I still talk to them now. But some of them, towards the election time or the election eve, they called me and they were in tears. That they can't betray me, but they want to let me know. I said, what happened? That their pastor told them to vote for somebody whose name is in the Bible. So, and it's just unfortunate. These are not morons. These are highly patriotic people and everything. They said the pastor told them that the person they must vote for, the name is in the Bible. And they say, so they just don't want me to think that they are betrayers. And they don't want to lie to me that they went and voted. You know? I said, oh, okay, don't worry. But there are many names in the Bible, or if you search the Bible very well, but good luck to you and your pastor. So what I'm bringing is that there are influences. And if you look at society that are captured society, every institution of influence is captured. So the pastor is also a banker. He's also involved with the banker. The banker is also a pastor. So you find out that some bank MDs, they are regional pastors. They're also linked with disease. So they're all linked together there. So, so these young people are receiving influences from various sources. So to get their attention, to get them to be ideologically pure, takes time. It takes constant engagement. It's not as if, so you can't tell somebody, your father is lying to you, your uncle is lying to you, your pastor is lying to you, your mentor banker is lying to you. So if somebody is head of state, he still takes money and give to a boy who's under him. He collapses two or three banks and gives to that young man to manage for him. And that young man is seen by young people as a wonder banker, as a genius, as a mentor, and he's doing mentorship program. And these young people are registered in it. They believe that the man is a banker truly. So they believe he's a banker. So it takes you to give them the dialectical analysis to say, see where your problem lies. Your problem is not just Tinubu, but as long as you believe that this one who is a criminal is a banker, you're already missing the road. If this guy is now your mentor, you're already having a problem. So, and then it will mean that's why it looks like they will say, you're attacking everybody. That's why sometimes when you look at Showore and he's talking, They will say, who do you like? You attack, attack, attack. Why? Because if you have a lot of information about how everybody is sitting where they are sitting today, you will have a lot to say. But if you are a politician like me and you want to come to power, you don't attack everybody. You just take note that this one who is claiming to be chairman of Bankers Association is supposed to be chairman of prisoners, but we'll fix that from that day. So you will now go and start to talk about that. So that is the challenge we have with the Gen Zs. They don't know the history of everybody. They think that this guy is a genius. He graduated from school and set up a bank, and so this is what he has become now. They don't know that it's a product of crime. That it's a set network. They send somebody to the central bank. That's when the central bank steals this bank. It gives to this person. They are all own it together. And this man who says ready to die for Nigeria is their father. He organized the whole thing for them and all of that. So, and that's why the country is shrunk now, and we can't go anywhere. And they can keep their banks and keep everything, but let them allow us to create new wealth, and that don't follow them. There's no way they're not going to lead anywhere. So it takes time to let that education to go around, because a lot of things in Nigeria are not well. They're not where they should be. A lot of institutions are already compromised and they are captured. So you now have to oppose a pastor who is preaching and say the Holy Spirit told me the person is going to win like this. You have to tell them that forget about him. Even that church, they contributed money to set it up for him, and that they're all part of the same network. So to do all of that, it takes time. It takes time. When you say traditional ruler who is sitting down there and saying, my people, you know that when he was a permanent secretary, he was this person when he was a director, it was this person that made him permanent secretary. When he was in the army, he failed the exam. It's this person who gave him promotion. So even though it's a traditional ruler now, they're all linked to each other as before. There's no stranger in Nigeria. No stranger.
Okay, sir. Please, I have to go because they've taken. Can you hear me?
Yes,
The light is on.
go ahead.
I'm in darkness.
I think we should just round up at this point. I think we've said enough. We should just
thank
round
you.
up and then
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes.
So
thank you,
please
Mr.
say hello to my godfather. You know who I'm referring to.
Yes, I will look for him.
Precisely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think
one last question. One question, and I will this guy's question, but I will rephrase this to actually coincide with what you said about how the network system work with from the top to how they assist and all that. Which also is that okay? The energy that we experienced, that we saw 2023 from the young people. I don't want to categorize group neither obedient or but that raw energy that we witnessed, right? And you can however you want to describe them. I think you are right, either negatively, positively, everybody. So is that the product of this chain of connection that you just described, or is organic?
No.
But that's pretty much what this man
Let me just tell you what I see. I'm not erasing what I see very clear. The people who are organizing elections, that's why they find it easy to read, because they used to organize coups before, which was more difficult to organize. They used to organize military coups. So to organize an election coup now is not that difficult for them. And they know where the power is. They know that in an election, the power is with the majority. The majority now are young people. So what they've done is to organize influencers and organize young people around them. It's a program, and it's the new media. So you will see what happened in France. You will see that if you do the analytics very well, you see that Marine Le Pen and the far right, a lot of the influence is coming from Russian money and Chinese money, putting money and paying influencers and all of that on social media. Same thing is happening in America. You will see that they have to investigate the Russian influence and all of that. So in Nigeria, they organize these states. So there are some who behave to make it look spontaneous, They organize it. There are some they put as trolls. They'll just be following you. Even if you say, oh, Nigeria is a good country and our flag is green, white, green, they will still come and attack you. They pay them for that. That's their job. And if you check their social media profile, you will see that many of them are created towards the election time. So they create it for them. So they do it. So it is the kind of program that they do. And so there are some who will be carried by the bandwagon. But those ones have gone back to their work now and everything they're getting. And if you give them additional information, they will say, oh, really, I didn't know. So, but these core people, they maintain them. They maintain them and still maintain them like that. And anybody who set up their program can do that. Someone told me, why are we wasting our time? Let us go and set up our own too. I said, it's not sustainable. It doesn't make any sense. Because in the end, if you look at the turnout in the election that took place, forget about the rigging and all of that. If you look at the turnout, and how do you know the turnout? Don't use the turnout, don't use the number of vote cast to measure turnout. Use number of voters accredited. Because at the point of accreditation, nobody's doing anything wrong. So if you look at that, you'll see that all the noise did not bring out the people. So I know where the people are. They are difficult to get. They are in the various communities. But the social media thing is contrived, it's part of the program. The same way they will pay for dedicated coverage on networks and pay journalists to write articles. If APC is doing it now, you will see them, they have different people, they go. What Peter Obi people were doing to Showore and me during the election, APC is doing to them now. You will see Reno Omokri. If Peter Obi says Mary is the mother of Jesus, Reno Omokri will have something to support him there. So they have now put even social media assassin also to follow him. So it's all a game. Those people, they just, so if Showore just comes out to say hunger is not good, they will hammer him. So they are there. So the same thing, if they see me anywhere, they will find something off topic to raise about, to even lie. To tell, oh, you got 2,000 votes in the election. What? And things like that. Doesn't make any sense. They don't care whether it's true or not. So by all those things, it's just distraction. The real message is to make sure that people should realize that this election is relevant and this politics is relevant to the poor people and the next generation more than the people are there now. So that is the challenge, and we'll keep at it. We're not distracted. Anybody who doesn't want to be heckled, attacked, challenged, whatever, embarrassed, cannot be president, cannot be in public place. So that's not an issue for me at all. So I think that's the last question. So I need to thank everyone.
Yeah, thank you too.
And please, James, tell the Gambians, they should not resemble their senior brother. It's not everything they must copy from us. They should not copy this blackout again from Nigeria.
No. It's rainy season now.
So what? It rains everywhere. It rains in London.
No. The thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. That is the cause. The power supply here is. There's no problem with it. Water supply, power supply, and water supply. There's no problem. It's
that's
just
the Gambia that I know.
Yeah.
So
there's nothing wrong. If there's anything wrong, I'll let you know.
Because Ghana has joined us in this blackout business. South Africa has joined us. Tanzania has joined us. I don't want the epidemic to become a family.
No. They are doing their best, frankly speaking.
All right.
Thank you for your concern.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
And thank you to everybody who has joined. And yes.
Welcome very much. Hopefully we'll do this again. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you so much, too. So good night. I'll phone you tomorrow.
You're welcome.
We'll discuss tomorrow on phone. Good night.
All right. Thank you. Man of prestige. See Kulata. Okay, I go memorize this tweet.
maybe 5 years from now, you will join the senior citizen category. We'll be telling you that you are too old to even run for our office. So you are saying that your generation, say what is it? Be my generation too. We have not had a chance. Who chance? Who won't give us a chance? I think that's where my question actually centered on. Why are you waiting for chance? Go take it. That's why I say you guys don't feel lost. We are no great taker now. Anyway, that is a very, very informative conversation from Prince himself. If you follow from the beginning, he has said a lot of stuff that are new to my hearing in the political space. But most importantly, a lot of connection. How that my mind never go down. I know. I remember when he talked about how he talk about once like somebody like Obasanjo when he once in announced say okay now Peter will be in the support. His soldiers will swing to action. They will start pouring money and all that. But I saw that, but I just took it. I heard that when he said it, that I just took it like that. Where to? What happened? I may come on myself. Yes, he has said a lot of things. One thing where in talk, where Prince talk now that actually make complete final sense to me. Remember when he appeared on Dr. Damage's shows during the election, it was when he was talking about Obi and how Obasanjo connection will be of a very great help to Obi movement and all that. I never really take how, but I understand why when he talks, once Obasanjo say this is my candidate, it's all his subordinates and everybody that is loyal to him will swing to action. I get that part, but it never makes sense to me now that the people you do favor to. I understand the favor, but now the connection between bankers and pastors, redeem, about talk by redeem have that on lockdown. It now makes sense. When I did Aja, pretty much every senior redeem pastor of all the redeem for Aja, they are all bankers and oil workers. I get a couple of them with my brother colleagues for office for Chevron. Now it makes sense. Man, there are another thing when you talk about when it's Aminu Kano. When he say Aminu Kano is foresaw what is happening now. When he say when the businessmen and the politicians and the military guy come together, it's finished. It's finished. That's exactly how America is. And I remember yesterday I was sitting right here talking to one guy, one my Niger brother, one Igbo guy. I mean, it's refreshing when you meet Nigerians who who understand how system work, how society work, how this everything work. It's always very few people in a bit like that. So this my brother, this my Igbo brother was. I purposely take the other route, be the devil advocate, that stretch arm, or the guy makes sense. He spoke some kind of things that like, wow. It's over, man. It's crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, we get work to do. That's all I can say. There's a lot of work to do. But it means I just hope, Sha. That's what I can say. It's not that bad. These men are not that bad. They grow sophisticated by the day, by the year. Each election cycle, when they have their way, they just grow from there. They build on it. The structure is becoming too powerful. They have their mechanism to expand it to accommodate who needed to be accommodated, who needed to be frustrated. They have everything on lockdown. It makes sense. Anyway, this is a conversation that needed.
There's so many questions that so many things that we didn't talk about. Talking about Brexit, I really wanted to talk to him about Brexit, Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine, Hezbollah, South China Sea. You know, all those goodies that is new to world. And anyway, we got enough. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I think at the hungry match up. Man of Prestige should be here. Well, Man of Prestige, you there, be you there the gossip for another place. Kulata, on our politics, that's Mr. Trump. Sure, you go change your mind to work with me for free, or you go still collect. Come, I don't want you. Come, fear no they catch you. They want free. Like, what is free? We they pay to live on this earth. Every other animal, everybody they live on this planet for free. Now only us they pay to live. You see they talk about what is free. There is nothing free. Make I shut down, go enter, make I enter town. Or you guys are ready to stay with me. Make I see what's on the news. What's on the news? Oh, shit. All right, guys. Let's close church.